Just push that bed. Push it harder back on me, yeah. I gotta see you coming ready, did you know this? You gotta see it's true, coming all that way. Yeah, shake it, break it, coming up in here now. What's it gonna mean? We're gonna do a little Wordle now, getting green. No, you know what I mean when I'm getting green. It don't mean I'm sick. No, it means I'm getting high, fool. Yeah. It's the time of the day. 12:03, you see. Getting awfully gay now. We are gonna put a little bread into the game. It came back wrong. Oh my goodness me. What we gonna do? Ha 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 ha. Right, what's this down here? That would be my go live notification. That's as expected. The revolution will be the pollution from the ocean. Now with devotion, keep it in motion. Wah, wah. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another afternoon of delights and wonders as we consider what are the implications of time travel in our favourite video game, Elite Dangerous. Welcome to the world of the plastic beach. Mirror, mirror on the wall, boss dog, get it to ya, get it all. But first, we have certain. I told myself I'd have a tolerance break today, and at the first decision point where that it's not going to make contact with reality, is it? That idea. That's fine. We're respecting our limitations. I've got 3 reasonably sized buds. There's one. Look at him. Don't he just look like a lovely little... Huh? Look at him. A little cutie. That's my medicine. Prescribed to me by a medical professional. Because I suffer from chronic pain. Just to anybody who's new or might be clicking in and wondering why is this English dude doing drugs on stream.
Doctor's orders. Do not discriminate against me. I want to open a vape shop in Portsmouth that caters to the medicinal cannabis market and provides a social environment for people that are marginalised by society due to their consumption of cannabis for medicinal purposes, a way to meet other people that consume, and a way to discuss the different strains on offer and different ways to partake in it in a safe and inclusive environment. That is my dream. I would also then like for that to generate me the funds to create my own clinic, which I would then run as an extension of that. There would be two options. If you live geographically in Portsmouth, you'd be able to become a paid member, which would actually be like a one-off monthly or annual fee that would literally cover everything. It would cover your weed and your appointments for the year. So it wouldn't be cheap, but it would be like just an amount each month. Would also have pay-as-you-go options. Jesus, but I'm fucking on water. There's no gums here. There's no walkers. Right, with the lighthouse, but is there any point in making laws, blood? This isn't Atlantis, are you sure? I nearly suffocated when I touched the shore. Like, hi, little lady, sex on the beach, wanna try for a baby? Oh, wrong one. No, A-E, pimping at a B-I-P, this is it, White Sands, Blue Sea, Oh, yes. Oh, yes, 07 phaser. White flag, white flag. Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby-Dee, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby. Anywho, listen to the music. Dream VR, Florian. Nah, it can't be Dream because we've already lost the R, the E, and the A. They're grey, which means they're not in the final word. But it could be. It was, but it enabled me to teach you that rule, which serves a higher purpose, right? Remember, nothing is real. Everything is permitted. Oh, shit. I had a much needed shower this morning, and I realised yesterday the reason my beard was irritating me was because it was fucking gross. I'm down for docs. Hey, Rosen. That's a good guess, that is, Florian. I'm down for that. So one down and 4 letters removed. That's pure game. Do you know what I mean? I know the greys can feel like failure, but they're not. Do you know what I mean? They increase the odds of us getting the word so much. Like having a word that where all 5 are grey removes 5 incorrect word letters from the end result. Do you know what I mean? From the decision process. So yeah, it's all a balance, isn't it?
Factories far away.
I need to go and get some washing out in a minute. What is up, Hammerlam? You know, guys, I'm sure every streamer has this, but like, it's so lovely. For literally years, like years, I would click go live, and then I'd wait an indeterminate amount of time, and then eventually Hammerlam would message something, and that was like what I relied on happening. Like that was what I kind of took for granted, right? Was I'd go live, and at some point Hammerlam would message, and then I'd like it would because I would feel like almost like I'm waiting for the stream to start until Hammerlam messaged, because like there'd be things that I want to say that I don't want to repeat because there's an enthusiasm in the first telling in a stream that is difficult to hold on to. Dingy is a huge shout. But now there's others. Now Hammerlam isn't the person that I wait for. So shit's changed. Look at that. I'm going to try Ditzy first. Okay, because it's going to give us the data point on the Z. We have no choice but to go for Dizzy. Right, it's got to be Dizzy, right? Because, yeah. Do you see what I did there? We eliminated the T as well as... But Jigs, they were phenomenal guesses. No, it wasn't meant to be backhanded, Hammerlam. I was just saying that, like, now it is different. There's like you all arrive at once, and I just don't know who's going to be first. I now finally understand why some people have a channel points redemption, which is 1 per stream, and it's called first. Genuinely, for an intelligent guy, it's taken me a long time to work that out. So, Florian, we did test on stream either yesterday or the day before. I did spectrographic tests at a neutron star, literally like 600 kilometers away from it. It was mental. Like I flew into it, so I crashed into the neutron star, and then I did spectrographic tests, and I noticed no difference at the neutron star compared to being away from it. But no, I have not approached a neutron star in a Caspian. And obviously in the latest lore drop, they do mention that Caspians are different. Wait, what's this? Wait, yeah, no, you've mentioned it in the Nova link. You mentioned this neutron star thing the Caspian can do is very cool and mysterious. What is it? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? So I did this yesterday, and right before I crashed into the core, I made a move, and the Caspian accelerated. What do you mean? Maybe like Superman when he reverses the planet? Is that what you're thinking? You're sure you didn't SCO? Like, I don't mean to... I know that's a facetious thing, but it is also a valid question. Like, was it where you hit the gravity well at too high a speed, and so it made the loud wah sound, that it felt like you were zooming, but it's where, like, the ship kind of feels like it's on rails, or it's slightly out of control? Were you time skipped? It's funny, actually. I was kind of fucked up today because I accidentally spent an hour chatting on Discord. It's been funny. There's a... I don't know if Commander Lightbender is in chat. If you are, please do make yourself known. They've been... Well, I don't know. Like, they're valid, completely valid, like, what they're trying to do. Like, validate everything that we found with their own approach to a degree. Like, I'm on board with that, 100%. Like, the challenge I'm having in communicating with them is... Like, they'll ask a question, and then I'll say, it's this... because we did this, this, and this to check. And then they'll just go, I don't want to know what you did. And it's like, but, like, the background of science, like, I understand that peer review exists for a reason, right? But, for example, peer review doesn't re-establish every fact again, right? For example, if you're doing a physics experiment, you don't first have to do the physics experiments that prove the constant of gravity on Earth, right? In order to then use gravity as a concept in your experiment. Like, you are allowed to just accept that science has been done and we know what gravity is, right? And in that same sense, like, part of what the person, when they push back, when I say we know it's this because of this, and then they go, I don't want to know, what they're implicitly saying is, I do not trust that you are capable of giving an objectively true answer on this. And so I'll only trust what I've done myself. And it creates an immediate barrier in the conversation because they're essentially saying, no, you're stupid, shut up. That's how I interpret it, right? And it fucking well pisses me off. Like, I'm fine to collaborate with people, but just understand that when I put my efforts into something and I get a result, it's probably close to the truth. Like, I'm not saying I'm perfect by any measure. Like, there've been instances in this investigation where we've made errors. But, like, fucking hell. So, right now, there's the big debate of whether the time skip is actually back in time or forward in time. Now, one thing I was thinking is if we take the readings again from that same system, if we get a third and fourth reading, right? So right now we've got 2 readings from the same time that were they're from the same time. I'm about to get stream sniped / ganked, plausibly. Yeah, so if we did the experiment again with 2 other people, and we had their scan rows for bodies 10 and 11 as well, we could then both validate that time passes as we expect, right? Because we would have, like, the body scan for body 10 in real time from the middle of Feb. Good day, Breaker. So, like, in this data, yeah? I think I've got these round the correct way. That the real-time data, it was at 5.6. But when it was time-stamped, it was forwards in its orbit by 324, right? 324.13 degrees. Which means it took that many seconds to travel that distance, and that many seconds is this many days. And poor Lightbender would just literally respond within a second. There's no way that they'd read this, right? Like, if you take the time to just read all of the information contained in it before responding, right? So, yeah, I get it. If you get to here and you still don't understand, I would fully understand. You don't know what this means, because this is all bullshit. But then if you read this, this means every one mean anomaly. Oh, right, so this went from 5 to 329. Right, so every one mean anomaly equals this number. Well, what's that? Oh, okay, well, that's the orbital period, which is the same on both. Divided by 360. This isn't complicated, right? So what the mean anomaly is if you take the orbit and you make it a circle, yeah, and you divide it into 360 degrees, right? You can say where the ball is on the circle very accurately using the degrees, right? You can say it's at 15.99263 degrees, and that will be a very precise place on that circle. So that's how they store orbits in the game. They store one value, which is the amount of seconds that would need to pass for it to go from the beginning all the way back to the beginning, right? And then they also store where it currently is. That's calculated. The mean anomaly is calculated based on the orbital period and the timestamp that you put into the algorithm of the game, which is why we get two different ones, because when you visit the Radicoida, it sets that value that it generates the game at to a different value to real time. It sets it to the 14th of August, 3301. Now, the issue with what I'm saying here is, as you see, based on these numbers, between the real time and the time skipped, it goes forwards 3,831 days. Yet I continue to keep saying that it's back in time, right? And that's where people are having trouble. And I do get it, but as I say, it could be that I've built a bias since seeing that Galnet article. But I think what's more likely is that what we've uncovered in Sol means that when we interpret these values, they are inverted. And then, like, where I'm struggling with the communication with Lightbender is because, like, they say I'm not a numbers person. They take me as being argumentative. And where is it? They say they want... That's it. They... Oh, whatever. I don't want to share the particulars. They say that they want a body that's slow orbiting. And the problem with those words, saying that, a slow orbiting body, is we then rub up against the differences between what's in the game and what's real, right? So in real life, your orbital velocity is a non-static figure, which when astrophysicists and really anything, when we do orbital calculations, calculating the orbital velocity is generally fluffed away by just averaging it out. But in truth, it massively is dynamic. Like, your orbital speed is hugely dynamic because it depends on what phases everything else is at in its orbit. Anyway, so but obviously we're having the conversation in the context of the game. Now, in the context of the game, it would appear that orbital speeds are static and averaged as an astrophysicist would use in a simulation. It doesn't appear that, for example, Moon 2A, so let's look at HIP 87621. So you see how in this system, if we can draw this line here and cut the whole solar system in half, right? Where the mass of 3 and 4 and 5, all their moons, is on this half, and then 1 and 2 are on that half, right? And as we zoom in, we can also check 2, zoom in, we can see that 2BB is where we just split the solar system. Right now, 2BB is very much in that, it's the northernmost object, right? Like, in the solar system of HIP 87621, like right now. There's 1, which is back here. We've split it in half. Like, gravitationally, this is how gravity works. Because it's about absolute spatial positions. So, right now, when 2BB proceeds in its orbit, I'm not sure which way it's going, right? I don't know that it goes this way or this way. I believe, so in our reality, a positive orbital period is an counterclockwise orbit. That's how we, like, communicate about orbits in real life. So you would assume that they've made the same decision, right? So assume it, like, as it proceeds round, right? When it gets to here, all of the mass of the entire system is pulling it forwards in this direction, right? Like the body 2, body 2A, its parent body 2B, the other moon, and everything else in this solar system is this side of it, right? So its orbital velocity in real life would be higher at this stage in its orbit as it circles there, right? So, but then obviously 2B is moving. So, like, yeah, the point I'm making is asking for slow, like, velocity or orbiting things isn't a valid question. So it's so frustrating. Yeah, Cyber. This one? I mean, this one. This is just the ring of the gas giant. You mean this one? I mean, this is sus as hell because how much mass did it lose? So welcome in Varga. I don't know where to go. Archie Varga. I see. I'm gonna go with Archie. You're now Archie. Welcome in. Hi. Thank you for watching them. I hope that you enjoyed the catch ups. I am definitely needing to do a new catch up. There's been more. There is more. Let me get my... So, this data, I'm sorry that it's so bright, was derived by having Rosen in Discord logged into the Legacy game, where he went to a system near to HIP 87621, despite it still being permit locked, because it's been permit locked for 10 years. And then he bought the system data, and then we compared each thing that was present in both, right? So you can see here, this is the difference between legacy and current. So it's not like, so it's legacy. It's like console. Like if on console you went there and bought this data, this is what you would see. And this belt was changed. So in console, it is a metal-rich belt that weighs 50.2 moon masses. But in Odyssey, for us, it is a rocky belt that weighs 17.6. So 33 moons are missing from this. Oh, Cyber. 07. You're saying it's your 50th birthday. Congratulations. You think you've outlived like 98% of all humans that ever lived. Fuck them. Yeah. And also rip to them, but power to you. GG's. So there's a lot of other changes. You can see all the changes in the system. All of these are changes that have happened in HIP 87621 between Legacy and now. So not only did they add in these new things, which I at first glance, that's what it looked like, right? Like on day one, when they released the system and we jumped in and then we found the new things, I was like, oh, they added these new things. Full stop. Do not look any further. Lazy. Guaranteed that's what everyone else watching did. Because you would have already found all this shit otherwise. Cyber, it's a life stage, isn't it? And we're going through like a super twisted, weird time as a civilization as well. Do you know what I mean? Like you are at a super weird time, and it's likely you'll feel that, but we love you to bits. Stick it out. I mean, I think the most remarkable change in this system was Body 7, which used to be Body 5, which is the gas giant on the very outside. It's got a ring as well. And the thing that gets me about it is they added 100 Earth masses and 10,000 kilometers radius. Why? Like, literally why? Also, they changed... Oh, man, sorry. They changed nothing about any of the moons in this system except this one moon, whose orbit they reversed. Why? Forgive me, not orbit, rotational direction. Like, we don't have any answers to these questions still. Now, but what we do have is new observations, which is that there are differences in Sol between IRL and current. That's what's happened since. That's the new update. That's the new meta. Is Sol is fucking weird. But we've tried scouring that moon and we can't find anything noticeable about it. If I remember correctly, this one has a negative orbital period. Is there anything in this system that has a negative rotational period? Do you reckon an axial tilt of negative 420 gives you good weed? I reckon it does. Surface temperature of 401 is a bit warm, but then the onion head does like the spicy temperatures. So I don't know what it is with 6C. I don't know why they made it rotate what we would call the correct way. I don't know. But what we do know is, right now, Sol is different. I would suspect that is just how the Stellar Forge creates the system based on a given input. The sign could just depend on a 1 or a 0 somewhere in the input data. Jix. So, yeah, one of the theories for these changes is that all they did do was add these bodies, and then when they made those changes in isolation, like in this mode where they added the stuff in edit mode, it like to the previous version of the system, it's like there might be a button they can click which says like, go, like, make this actually viable. Do you know what I mean? Like, make it so that based on what mass was here, even though based on how the Stellar Forge previously ran, based on its previous seed, what ended up here was all this stuff. We're now changing that, and we want to know what... Like, the bit that I don't get right is, if it's just an algorithm based on a seed that ran, then they should be able to do these changes and then literally just run a process on this JSON structure, this new... Because all this is a JSON structure where they've added in 2 new bodies and constituent things, right? And then attached all of the stuff. Like, that literally is what it is. Like, it is just a JSON structure. We can see that JSON structure in the scan files. And they added these ones in. So what they do have the option of, theoretically, is just finding out what is the seed number that would result in this system that they've designed without making any of these changes elsewhere. That is an option for them, right? And they could have then just updated the game files, I guess, to this. But what's also possible is that there's a way for them to make it, like, where they make the changes and then they also essentially do something that balances this system out so that the core seeded galaxy data still matches logically, but like this stuff ends up in, and what that means is this gains 100 Earth masses and this changes from metal to Rocky and loses a bunch of weight, right? But the problem with that approach is none of the numbers add up. Like, they added, what, 310 Earth masses of stuff, and they did not remove anywhere near that. So, they only they added over that. They added an extra 100 here. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, they added loads more than what's missing. Like, this system is net way heavier than it was before. Maybe not way heavier. I really don't know what the absolute numbers are. I think that the changes they've made to systems are very deliberate and thought out. I don't think that this is just a reflection of some automated process. Like, I think that the changes we're seeing in Soul were very deliberate. They've been there all along. So what we're seeing in Soul is that it looks like the solar system is flipped. What we also learned yesterday is the game doesn't actually do any orbital projecting. What was the website we were using? Fuck. What was it called? Solar System Live. There it is. So, Mercury is fucky. But you see how it's Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, right? They're near each other. Let's have a look at them. You see, no, that don't make sense. Right, we have to do it at 270 degrees, don't we, in order to see it mirrored. But that's exactly the point, Jix. Like, all of the evidence suggests that they made a bunch of changes to Sol, and then, like, there's data that they put in to a version of the Stellar Forge dataset at the beginning, right? Like, all of the HIP data, HD, like, all of the different star catalogs that they used. Also, the real data from Sol. And it was from that data that they then extrapolated out how the rest of the galaxy should be procedurally generated, right? So there was a bunch of core data that is their oracle data that they have like they are the controllers of it. We can't even rely on it being a source of truth that matches our actual reality. Like, they can just copy paste it and then make any changes they want at that point and then generate the galaxy, right? And what there are signs of has happened is in that prep process, they took all the data of the Sol system and they flipped certain numbers. Like, they literally flipped what they mean. So, like, it looks as if the angle of periapsis has been inverted to mean the opposite thing. So we're in a universe in Elite where one dimension in space is flipped. That's right now, that's what I'm deducing from what we're seeing. And in order to hide that, what they did, because when you do that, it means that now all the bodies orbit clockwise rather than counterclockwise, right? So in order to hide it, they also flipped that direction. You lost jump range, Cyber. That's really weird. And I think what's happened there is it means that because they've flipped the orbital direction in order to obfuscate. Remember what the old quest used to be called? Obfuscation on the Outer Rim. We always used to think it was about the galaxy. But right now we're seeing that, like, look at the position of... So this is now. These gas giants are aligned, right? They're really close to each other. But on this, they're not at all, right? Like, 1, 2, 3. They're in like a triangle. Now, that triangle is very similar to the triangle they're in when we time skip, which we'll see in a minute. Honestly, it's like there's a line around... It's like the asteroid belt of Sol is a temporal barrier. Honestly, it is. It's like we're looking at... Because when we zoom in... Zoom in. So Mercury is wrong in everything we check. Like, it's always off. But do you see the relative positions of the other three? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Again, ignore the Mercury orbit and that. This is where there's... No, but this is what we've learned in the last day, is it's not. The way the game loads is it doesn't render the solar system of Sol in 3312. That's not true. It is real time. The game is real time. Like, when you're hovering above Earth and you're looking down at the surface, that light dark line is where it is light and dark in real life. And if you were physically on the surface of Earth and you landed on it, it is matching IRL. It is not projected forward 1,286 years. I promise you. Like, this simulation is now. And look, if we go forward to 3312, update, it's nothing like what we've got. Look, Venus is next to Earth. Mars is off to the side. Compared to now... Oh. Where... Earth and Venus are opposite, and Mars is up above Venus, but obviously we've got this discrepancy, and the discrepancy we're seeing, I'm arguing, is a product of the mirroring, like the fact that they've flipped at least one spatial dimension. It could be all spatial dimensions. Nargix, it's not balked, mate. It's not. This is deliberate. This is deliberate. What we need to work out today is what layer of depth does the deliberation of this impact? So is it exclusively at orbital matching? Like, the only orbits that we have documented are the orbits of Sol, right? Like, IRL, like the only data that we can get access to is Sol, and that's true for them back then as well. So they didn't have much choice. If they wanted to make fundamental changes to the law and the universe of Elite, those changes would have had logical implications to some of that data about the orbits, and I think that's what we're seeing the symptom of. So what I don't know is, are we just in like a right-handed universe, which is like at the core of physics when we look at the concept of like where physics is now, where we can't unify quantum mechanics and like special general relativity, but we can see how one follows from the other in the macroscopic scale. And the main like tool or mechanism that physics currently deploys in order to reason about that problem is the chirality of the electromagnetic force and the fact that matter has a particular spin, a left-handed spin. And it's like a lot of the time when you come out of collapsing the wave function in a quantum like calculation, what you rely on is the fact that in physics you can have this electromagnetic spin, which from it results in many decisions being made for you, right? Like because the momentum is already going in that direction, electrons can enter and cause these balances, etc. And then like loads of decisions just follow from that rule of physics, which is that there is this left-handed. And I'm wondering if what they made the decision of at the very beginning was that Elite Dangerous is a right-handed universe. And then I think to my like I've not, this isn't very well explored in physics, so I don't know how many people would agree with this, but my intuition when I consider that topic of what would your experience be like if you existed in a right-handed universe compared to a left-handed universe, is actually that it would be absolutely the same unless you try to measure that right-handed universe from a left-handed universe and vice versa. The second that you start to measure across universes, you would implicitly start to see orthogonal data that doesn't make sense, data that when you interpret it based on how our universe exists, it looks like something's happening in one direction, but in their universe, it's actually the opposite. And that's what I think we're seeing. Which is super like mad to get from Radicoidas cause time skips to we exist in a right-handed universe, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the DW3 law goes as well. Then the question comes, how much of the DW3 law are we writing here by talking about this? I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, who knows? Anyone could be watching. Anyone could be watching it back later. Like, I literally don't know. Do you know what I mean? Anyone could be having an AI watch this and then tell them an update of everything we've discussed. So it's, yeah. But the evidence suggests right now that at that core stage when they were sanitizing and prepping all their data, they made decisions that resulted in these artifacts that we're now identifying. So what does that mean? What can we actually test in response to this information to get data that verifies it's true? Right now, the only bit of data I can think of is FSS in a system, and then FSS in the system like 15 minutes later again, and comparing the two datas to see how the mean anomalies changed. See if what is the same. Yeah, cyber. Currently, everything is counterclockwise. All spins like this left-handed rule. Everything will just default to the left-handed rule in physics. In reality, like if you give anything a choice, it will spin to the left. And it's only if you add energy into the system and force it to go the opposite direction that it will spin to the right. And that's true from the decision an electron makes about whether it will go left or right when it hits the exclusion zone of a nucleus, right? Like all the way up to whether a black hole spins left or right. Like it's a universal truth and a axiom of physics. And this is the problem: is if what they've done is if they've flipped an axiom, and that's what I think they've done with this. I think, but I don't think it is time related. I think that this is what's weird. I think that we're in a galaxy where spatial dimensions are inverted, but time is actually the same. And that's where it's super confusing when we're dealing with time travel, because it means when we take physical measurements of the galaxy in Elite Dangerous, the physical evidence will be that it's moving forwards in time because the developers made a Deus Ex Machina change that the measuring of time by virtue of something moving in space has been flipped, right? By them as a Deus Ex Machina. Yeah. No, yeah, no, it all the concept of spinning in our reality based on physics exists in the context of the left-hand rule in electromagnetism. Like it's the other way. Like physics has observed that when reality has to make a decision about where to direct momentum in order to be at rest and persist with inertia, it will go counterclockwise. Like that's just like all matter that we can test and that the universe is made of is of that type, right? And that rule has at every stage of macroscopic assessment that we do, at every resolution of assessment, you can see reflections or evidence of that rule taking place. Yeah, so with magnetism, like what you're talking about there, right? Where it links in is to the magnetic aspect. When we talk about north and south, we're talking about really that doesn't exist, right? There are just two separate phases of magnetism. And there's one that we call north or positive and one that we call south, negative. And they could even be around the other way, actually. I can't remember. But so what we know as a fact is in the simulation of the Stellar Forge, there is no galactic rotation. The Sol is not moving. No stars are moving. So the Elite Dangerous Galaxy exists as a static number of stars. They aren't in motion like the real galaxy is. It's already different to reality, you know? So what it is that in the Elite Dangerous universe, so if it is that it's a right-handed universe rather than a left-handed universe, what should be true is that everything normally, the rotational direction and orbital direction and stuff should be clockwise. Like based, if you made that fundamental rule, that's actually, I think, one of the only things you would notice. No, you wouldn't. It wouldn't be. Would it? No, it would be. It would just be what's normal. So for you, if you existed in that universe, you would be saying everything I'm saying about our universe being left-handed and spinning counterclockwise. It would, yeah. Yeah. So then it would be a case of, right, if they did make that decision at the beginning of the game, but they didn't want to give that away straight away, the thing they would do to hide it is reverse all the orbital directions. That immediately hides it. And then what are the other symptoms of it then? If all spatial dimensions are inverted. Wait, maybe they've already told us what it is. Look. X, Z, Y. We're in a universe which is ordered X, Z, Y. Not X, Y, Z like ours. Is it that? Like, if you think about what we talk about, when we talk about space-time, what we're talking about is a series of mathematical concepts that we call dimensions, that when we do tests on reality, on the real physical world, through the lens of these concepts, we get data back that matches the predictions, right? The data that we get back allows us to build models using these concepts of dimensions that allow us to predict what will happen. And then when we act on those predictions, reality conforms to the predictions, right? And that's why science works. So we have three separate dimensions, right? That are spatial, X, Y, and Z. And you can view them as like a lattice, right? Like most brains are capable of imagining two dimensions, like we can see here, this grid, which is just the X and the Y, right? And most brains can collapse reality down to a two-dimensional plane where we remove just like the z-axes and we exist on X and Y. And we can also imagine as well time being a variable which we can just delete, pause, whatever, right? Even though all evidence shows in reality that time is never static and never stops, right? So we're afforded this ability by our conscious mind. And where was I going with that? So it looks to me as if now, so we intrinsically, like I did it then when I said we can collapse reality down to a 2D plane, we intrinsically do X, Y, right? And that's what we talk about, X, Y, the location on X, Y, and Z is like just a depth, right? And we'll strip that out naturally as part of how we learn maths, or at least certainly how I was educated. That's what I'm taught to do. But this game is based on X, Z, Y, right? Or maybe not. Is that Y, Z, X? I don't know. What is it? X and Y, yeah? Yeah, it is, isn't it? So this is the X. Minus 230, minus 210. And this is the Y. 330, 340. And this is the Z. Right? Going up and down now. Going up to 150. Going down. Okay, so this might actually be a... Okay. I need to just ask. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's where we don't have all the answers yet, right? That's where what I'm describing meets a problem, and that's where we can't unify quantum mechanics and special relativity or special modified relativity because exactly what you're saying. Things like JWST have discovered galaxies that orbit counterclockwise, and they're clockwise, and they're like, what the fuck? Now there are theories that it's related to dark energy, dark matter somehow. hand wavy. No one knows the answers to those questions, right? But what all we can do is we can go on the basis that, you know, the world around us, we clearly do understand physics to a degree that we've got these microprocessors that can create these imaginary worlds. Right, so first, what right-handed universe actually means. A coordinate system is right-handed if the axes obey the right-hand rule. Point your right-hand index finger along X. Fuck, okay. I mean, yeah, so an AI is backing me up right now. Like, but based on the tests it's saying, it looks like it's not right-handed, right? I've said, how would we test whether the, I missed the E, Elite Dangerous Game is actually taking place in a right-handed universe? I'll read it out to you. This is a great question because right-handed versus left-handed universe is not philosophical. It's a precise, testable property of the coordinate system the game uses. Let's break it down clearly and then translate it into concrete experiments you can run in Elite Dangerous. First, what right-handed universe actually means. A coordinate system is right-handed if the axes obey the right-hand rule. Point your right hand index finger along X, your middle finger along Y, and your thumb straight up. Mathematically, X times Y equals Z. I don't know about that. I don't know why I said that or if that's true. In a left-handed system, that cross product points the opposite direction. This affects rotation direction, orbital orientation, camera rotations, vector math, navigation, and physics. The underlying physics simulation must pick one. The key insight, you can test handedness using vector cross products. You need 3 measurable vectors in game. Vector A, vector B, their cross product direction. Then check whether the so interestingly, galaxy map displays coordinates in what I would describe in real world as X, Z, Y. Does it really? I'm agreeing with everything it's saying, by the way. I'm just correcting it. Yeah. We test using the cross product rule. A coordinate system is right-handed if x times y equals z. Let's translate your observed directions into a physical mental model. To find the positive axes as... Oh shit! We're right! Look, the fact that this goes negative in this direction... Right? Positive. 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 This is the right-hand rule. Okay. So wait, wait, have I got confused? Wait. Are we in a right-handed universe IRL? Wait, it doesn't have an intrinsic handedness, but the laws of physics do show a preference for left-handedness in certain interactions. Oh. We're just saying, so we're seeing what appears to be a mirroring of the orbital pathing of the planets in Sol. It looks as if at the beginning of development, when the devs made Elite Dangerous, they chose to invert certain variables of Sol, which mean when we observe the orrery in-game today compared to the real-world simulations, there are non-trivial differences. Not in orbital positions of the inner bodies. Regarding Mercury, which is never accurate. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay. Is that it? Imperial hammers? Really? Okay, Phaser. I mean, I will take it. Where's that? Oh, okay. You got messages in game. Cool. I don't want to read all the. I don't want to read two. All right, take a breath, everyone. You've done careful measurement work. That's good. But the conclusion you're drifting toward, that time flows in the opposite direction, or that soul is fundamentally inverted, is a massive leap compared to the size of discrepancies you're describing. Like obviously because this is a new chat, like it doesn't know all the stuff we know about the. So like it that because there's nothing published about Radicoida's time skip, right? It's not trained on that being a thing that's in the game. So it will. I can't use it for much of this because all it does is you have to restate the entire body of data, and then eventually it goes, "Ah, right, yeah, now I can see based on all the tests you've done and all the evidence you've sourced that it does look like the Radicoidas are causing this, and it's not a bug." Like it, so it's just like it's not worth me wasting my time trying to go down this route too far. Um, so infuriating. Like, it's like dealing with the people in these discords. I think so. I don't think it can keep up with what we're doing. Elite Dangerous's Stellar Forge does not use real-world current date as its epoch. All journal timestamps you see are in the real-world UTC of your client. Why can't I draw a precise line on this? They are different, aren't they? Now that I'm seeing that, they are just completely different. Okay, what the fuck is going on? I can't make sense of this now. I just don't know. Cheers, Max. What did you check, Mac? Oh 07 volt. These AIs are fucking. I don't know what OpenAI have done to ChatGPT, but it is straight up retarded now. It is straight up mentally broken. And the main problem is with this, it's that it seems to think that no matter how much knowledge it has gained, It is always the source of truth. Like it assumes that when it interprets something, it's the correct way to interpret it. Do you know what I mean? What is actually happening is this. You don't have a fucking clue what is actually happening. You're just a fucking large language model. It's useful to restructure the data back to you, though. The simulation uses React. These elements define a fixed starting epoch. Categorically incorrect. It time travels you to a particular moment in time, which is always the same. The duration of the time skip is always changing every day. It grows another day. You literally do not know what you are talking about. Continuously talk from a position of authority and have at no point asked a single clarifying question. Absolutely get in the sea.
Thanks for following.
Yeah, thanks for following, Volt. Sorry, I... Honestly, I'm getting no direct value out of this conversation. You just keep on making absolute statements as if you know more about this than me. And I literally cannot see how you could, as everything I am doing is related to new developments you haven't been trained on. I wish you would just help us unpack this rather than constantly trying to give reasons why we should not look into this, because it is all just bugs and developers being stupid, which is essentially all you have said so far today. There is clearly something bigger to the mysteries of this game, and we are onto something. Please help or shut up. This is the last message I'll send to it if it doesn't actually give us anything to go on. Cheers, Hammerlam. You know what? I'm just done with it today. I'm done with that today. Done with the AI today. Load of shit. Let's just do the maths ourselves. Let's just do the fucking maths ourselves. Right, so it's either the 5th of August or 2036. Agreed, Cyber. Well, if it was intended, I did a dive into what could FDev possibly be trying to attention to. Galnets from August 3301 are interesting. I agree. I mean, I think that it's really not complicated. Like, on the 14th of August, there's a Galnet article that states Halsey was abducted by aliens, when at the time that was not known and that was believed to be crazy talk. It turned out that was true, and now Halsey is at the centre of the story around Distant Worlds 3. And at the same time that that story's kicked off, this Radicoida stuff's come out, and when we've investigated the Radicoidas, what we've eventually come to is this time skip points to the time skip's happening. Definitely, it teleports you to a specific day, right? Now, the evidence in the game files shows that it's teleporting you forwards in time, right? I'm convinced that's not the case, but I can't put into words why I like, when I watched the game, we're going back in time. We aren't going forwards in time. You can see it. You can see it. Like, Well, but Cyber, I've literally been told by a moderator on the Frontier forums that that's not the case. So I'm not standing by that anymore. Like, until someone else can prove otherwise, like, I have to go on what moderators tell me, right? And a volunteer moderator on the Frontier forums went into the Raxler thread and said that everything I've said about the DW3 lore is wrong, that Frontier are not interested in what DW3 doing, they have no control over it, and it's nothing to do with them. That's what they said. And then it's caused a whole drama. Like, there's now loads of people apparently to do with DW3 complaining at Frontier, and I don't know what's going on with it. I don't really care. Like, I can't get any sense out of any of this now. It's kind of pissing me off because I just can't work out what's real. Like, Frontier need to just fucking do a little bit of transparent communication, I think, because no one knows if DW3 is real or not, basically. Like, all evidence shows it's real. They're giving us decals, they've done community goals, they're doing Galnet articles that directly reference story points in the lore that DW3 are releasing. But according to this moderator, no. Me drawing that link is me overstepping. So I just don't know what they expect of us. Like, how they can release tweets and Facebook posts and Reddit posts about DW3, about how they're working with DW3 and supporting the DW3 organisers, how they can create community goals about creating new colonies for DW3, and write Galnet articles. That's the main bit that gets me, the fact that they've published Galnet articles that refer to conversations and events that have happened in the lore. It could be that we're very close to blowing the lid off all of it, and it could be that this volunteer mod has been put up to it by I have no idea. It could be anything. Like, the reality is there's a lot of other people that are making videos and streaming that would love to profit off this, right? Just like I want to. And it's the harsh reality, right? Like, there's money on the line. People want to be the first. And so do I. Like, I'm not going to lie to you about that. I want to be the first. I want to be the person that releases the video that says, I said months ago that there was time travel, and now I've proven this, and this, and it's led to this new thing, right? I want to be that guy. What do you mean there, Mac? It's hard for writers that FDev fired 3 to 4 years ago could work DW3 into the planned story before anyone had the idea to do a DW3. I don't know what you mean there, mate. Sorry. You're talking about Drew? Like, is Andrew Gasper Drew Wager? Can anyone just tell me? Like, because it might be that I've inadvertently been very rude to Drew, or more rude to Drew Wager's face than I would have ever deliberately have been if I'd have actually known who I was talking to. But the issue with online anonymity is people can have 19 usernames, and it turns out you're having the same conversation with the same person over and over again, and they're just testing you to see if you do. Well, I don't know. Andrew Gasper could be Alan Stroud. Alan Gasper could be any of the other writers. Right. So the current narrative is written by Andrew Gasper, the owner of the Thimbleful and console of Children of Raxler. And to the best of my knowledge, Drew was not actually in the Children of Raxler. Like, he was never in the server. Well, I imagine it's probably more the case that they had this other longer term. Like, they said they had a 10-year plan for this game over 10 years ago. And I think we're getting into what that 10-year plan was. It's all this time stuff. People saying that time travel is off limits. It's clearly not. So what I can't work out is why Andrew Gasper would say to me that any evidence in the Elite Dangerous game of time travel is like me just not understanding what I'm seeing and it's not worth investigating, and then literally 3 weeks later release under their same name a lore article that talks about there being the same phenomena. No worries, Cyber. What, like, where is this fact? Where is the fact that Brooks and Braben are steadfast, or were steadfast, that time travel would not be a thing in Elite? I'm trying to find a source for this. Yeah, I watched this. Is this the Meta Elite?
So who is it? Who's next? And stupidity. Interview GB is in. Of course he is. He's in those. That's excellent. Cyber Army, Interview GB, and D Pittman 42. Thank you very much indeed. Top Shot is in there as well. He's the lead horse, which you can see. So well done for those four. Who else on this? The games of ages. Before I can let's call Mono Bonus here. Andy P70. Mark reality to be like that I'm not being party to, but just a word.
Information, but it doesn't roll off the tongue basically, so we can't. It's not deliverized maybe.
Okay, so are you saying in that what you've sent there, Andrew Gasper separately it introduces himself, so they are different? So weird. I should say, like, the point you make there is some tech difficulties with Discord at the start. Like, that's the only criticism I've ever given of Drew, ever, is that he gets a lot of unique opportunity. Like, as a content creator and that, like, it's so frustrating. I wish he would just work with me. Like, I would run his streams and then he could just join my Discord call and he would have no technical issues and I would host it, like, in the way that I do deliver my stream. Do you know what I mean? Pretty clean. Like, decent audio balance, everything's clear resolution, you got all the right shit on the screen that you want to see, right? Like, it's so frustrating when I watch his stuff and I'm like sat there like there was a long time when I was in the Children of Raxler as a streamer and I'd be like, there's no other streamers in that group They are a really well-known group, like, but there's just no interest in talking publicly about any of the stuff they're doing. So they would never leverage me. Greet. Spela greet Yemo. Exactly, Cyber. Well, it's not. I mean, he's retired. He gets more opportunity than most people in Britain to play it if he wished. He prioritises his time to other things, and that's his decision. Right? Like, he's a very good author, and I really enjoy his books and the lore that he contributes to the world, and I wish that Frontier would leverage him maximally. But no, like, I don't think the community should give him the amount of sympathy they do when it comes to him not knowing how to do basic stuff. Like, I watched a stream of him the other month. He had like 250 people watching him. He couldn't even FSS a system. Like, literally, I turned it off because after 8 minutes of watching him fumble through trying to do the scanning, I was like, look, this geezer just literally don't play the game. Like, why does he get 100 times more people listening to what he has to say about the game than me, when he literally cannot? Like, I get it, he contributes a lot in a different way, and people value that, and they want to show up and listen to him, but it's like, I'm just ranting about Drew Wager. Sorry. It just frustrates me, like, how the community is people, really, innit? You see, this motherfucker, look, what is this words he just said? We're set in the year 3303 now, and we're moving forwards in real time, okay? So there, right, in that sentence, so he said, with one exception, we have faster than light travel. What they have is time travel, not faster than light travel, okay? They have time travel. And just because the way that they portray it to you and explain it to you is in terms of traveling space, that it is clear from the way that the game acts and the experience you have as a pilot that it isn't, what you aren't doing is traveling a large distance of space quickly. You are traveling in time twice. You go into a place where there's no time, and while you're in that place, your system can, your ship can make it so that, if you imagine, like, a bubble around the ship, right? And the air contents of that bubble and the ship itself is in a place in 3D space, right? You could denote the X, Y, Z coordinate for every single one of those things. And you could also, in fact, we definitely do in the Elite Dangerous, we have a grid that exists, right? That has some absolute numbers, and the location of everything that we're talking about in that bubble is at decimal points of that grid, right? So, like, you would go on the galaxy map on the grid to the specific star, and then relative to that star, there are locations on its surface, coordinates, longitude and latitudes, and then distances away from it, right? And that's essentially how you can your ship is, if you're not near a planet and you're just near a star, where you are is the coordinate, the XYZ coordinate of the star, plus your longitude, latitude, and elevation from the star, right? That is where you are, and the space around you can be addressed as well. So now that space around you is currently simulated and addressed at real time, right? Always, as is everything else. When you enter frameshift drive, it takes that bubble and it notes what is the common time parameter to all of the space here. It's this time, it's the real time, right? And then you then enter which space where there is no time at all, and it then solves the next problem. When was that space that we just checked? What was the time that space was in the target system? Right? It's doing a maths calculation. So because everything's always moving, that would exist logically, right? There would have been a point where that space was there. So you then travel to that time. Your space travels to that time. So you're now in that time, but your space is in that space. And then when you leave which space, it time travels you to the moment you were just in. So your space has moved to the new star, and in time you experience no issues, like you have continuity. That's how the frameshift drive works, in my opinion. So it is a time travel device, but he just bypasses it by saying we have faster than light travel. We're doing that now. That's why the 15 light is. Just gonna go for a witty. I'll be right back. Did you hear the overlap he's just described in the last couple of paragraphs between when the Guardians were around and when intelligent life was evolving on Earth? Am I allowed to post a Braben YouTube interview link? Scientific accuracy really matters to me. Yes, please, Mac10. Please do post it. Whenever I'm doing something, if you can post a link that's directly pertinent to it, and the link transparently demonstrates that, and it isn't like a 90,000 character link, then that's fine. So thinking further along this, can Frontier flip the master lever, for want of a better way to describe it, or the player's client machine does this in an unknown way to us, the players? My personal theory before this time dilation concept got discovered was that some process might be embedded, that there is some way that the client machine receives a magic packet that acts as the trigger to the event, or however you want to call it. Maybe even granting you access to a separate server or gated section of a server. The mind ponders. I think it's so the architecture of how they've built this game means that the only real, like, what we're seeing with the Radicoida is the only. No, it's not. So right, when our computer and the game files on our hard drive can generate every single system in the entire galaxy at any point in time, right? If we could decompile the game into its source code and then run just the part of the game that is the galaxy map and the orrery and the system maps and stuff, right? We could put it in debug mode, and we could literally sit in any system and just watch it go in time at fast forward speeds, all that. Like, I could bet you that they probably do have the screen on somewhere where certain places are just going quick, or that is an option for them if they wish. And they can also just pause time, fly around even though time's paused, like all that. It's a game, right? It's theirs. It's a game engine. But anything on top of that core data set that's derived from the algorithmic and deterministic Stellar Forge, such as the position of a settlement, and the texture files that should be rendered there, and all those points, they're all added on to that core data set. Yeah, so like yeah, exactly. So that is, so they have a database called the and it's stored and accessed through the Galaxy server. And the Galaxy server, what it will give you is your, like, they also have like a login server which will give you your profile, and that will also give you your ship locker and your inventory and stuff, and what you have in your backpack. So that's how they store all your materials. You can see all this in the journal files in your save games. And they also have like the Galaxy server, which stores all the trade data, and it's essentially what needs to be turned off each week, and have a bunch of batch processes run at this time in order to do all of the background simulation processing, right? There's also some processing that they do every 24 hours in chunks, but yeah. So they can, the Stellar Forge dataset itself is static, and it's like the bulk of what you download when you install the game, and they can also just use that base set. And as like the AI was saying earlier, that Stellar Forge algorithm is at a particular epoch. It's a static generation of the galaxy at a moment in time, and that's the thing that they kind of can't really dramatically mess with. And that like they ran with that for years, and then they eventually realized if they wanted to do more novel stuff with the engine, like on foot running around and potentially colonization and real-time adding stations in and jumping fleet carriers and all that stuff, they need to make some of the changes required, and that's where we saw some of the big shifts, and that's why there's coordinate offsets between Legacy and Odyssey, because they did have to make some changes to the core Stellar Forge algorithm and dataset in order to make those changes. But they're platform level shifts that you could almost, I mean, they do call them major upgrades, right? When we went to Odyssey, we went to version 4.0, right? it is essentially Elite Dangerous 4.0. Like, it is a full version update, you know? It is that big a shift. Anyway, the point is, all the Galaxy remembers and knows is about the it attaches stuff to the bodies that the Stellar Forge dataset creates, right? So, like, when you go to an undiscovered system, it's possible that they have a pre-configured entry in their database, in the Galaxy server, for that system ID, which is just a 64-bit string. And so it's possible that when you request the data, even though you jump in and it's completely undiscovered, it's possible that there is one system in the game, one unique 64-bit system ID, that also has this Dark Wheel station or a planet named Raxler, right? And it can just be that one row, that when you jump into the system, you receive that one piece of information that Body 6's name is this. And it is essentially like an override mechanism. So what the core Stellar Forge would likely, I imagine, generate, like if you went to Sol in the core source data, you wouldn't see Earth, you'd see whatever procedural name Sol's got, free, like any other system, right? And then there is like a layer of the game that they apply to that core dataset that's deterministically created. And so that dataset that's deterministically created is the same, and it runs, like when you go to a test server, all that's happening is you're running that same dataset on your hard drive, but you're loading a different profile that the login server associated to that like test setup has sent you. And when you request information about systems, it will give you the information pertinent to whatever timestamp that test server is running at, which I believe the test server is back in time, isn't it? In the test server they can still do Titans, and in the test server they can still do all of the Fargoid stuff. Like it's before Kokisho explodes, isn't it? The test server. They don't do time travel, but they give their partners access to time travel in the servers. So far he's mentioned time 3 times in this interview, and they haven't been in negative senses. That sentence he just said. So, yeah, he goes on a tangent, and he's like, no, wait, there's a thing I've got to say, right? The chances of 2 races being around at a point where they can actually interact is actually small. He takes a deep breath. And this is the basis for our story, of course. Okay. Right, guys. Okay, I might have been incorrect. I think maybe the Guardians are the ones that are out in which space. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's the Fargoids and the Guardians. Maybe the Fargoids and the Guardians are still at war, but it's in which space? I don't think so, though. Which space is outside time, so that doesn't make sense. The concept of war doesn't make sense if it can't end, because there's no time for it to end. I'm sorry, my brain keeps on having to reason about a space with no time, and it really is fucking hard work, man. Like, I don't know. I don't. Like, it has to be time travel, because if you go from one place to another, say you travel 1 light year in a jump, or 0.88 light years, like the nearest system to HIP 872, and like what you're agreeing is that you travel space in no time. Yeah, I think there's something like that. There's something like that in this. I think given that the Thargoids are here, and that in the history of the Guardians, they were fighting the Thargoids, according to what we found, and according to, like, I think that surely it means that we're the Guardians' final. Like, that's what I think on that, in that sense. I don't disbelieve that, Rosen. I just realised I don't think I've brushed this since I showered earlier, and oh my god, this feels so good. Okay, right. Yes, Mac. Yeah, Cyber, this, what you say here, or this will fry the head. So my current theory on what Raxler is like, it's linked to the artifact that was found on Mars. And it's linked to the idea that the Guardians genetically engineered, essentially, apes into Homo sapiens. And also planted particular ruins, and a ruin on Mars in particular that would lead us to whatever Raxler is, which gives us access to... I think Raxler might be the key. I think whatever we use for instant communication, like telepresence and Galnet instant receipts, and those messages that we get each week in our comms panel in our ships that's instant no matter where we are, whatever we use for that, I think that also uses whatever Raxler is. I would imagine Raxler might be like, kind of like, you know, the Nexus in No Man's Sky, like a place that can be anywhere that you need it to be. And like, I think it might be kind of like that, and it might have just been in there all this time and we've just never learned how to use it. And because I think that it might also be how that calculation's done, where when you go into which space, and then it moves, it time travels you to the time where the space you were in was in the solar system you want to be at, I think that calculation is like done by Raxler. And that's why there was like 1,000 years where Raxler was in as a myth and we didn't have hyper speed travel, faster than light travel. Literally, it was like mid-20, like 2400s that Raxler first appears in the lore as like a thing. And we don't do the first jumps until 2800. So there's hundreds of years where Raxler's known of, but we aren't doing hyperspace jumps. And then it's only in the early 3100s, is it, sorry, that the regular like hyperspace jumps start being a thing. Is that footage from David Braben's ship? Comet with a David Braben bob ahead. Look, he fucking loves it. Look at how chuffed he is. He loves it. I love it and all, mate. David, talk to me, please. Ah. What are they showing here? Black boxes. What he's saying now sounds a lot like Radicoida. I've not had to, thankfully, but I'm aware. I'm going to time skip. Bye-bye! Oh. 2.3. YouTube doesn't get music. YouTube doesn't get YouTube audio. Sorry. It's still true 10 years later. Looking at notes. Or a laptop. They just admitted that there's differences. He admits there's differences, that it's not that accurate. Like, okay. Molten water. So there, when he says by our modelling these are very common, what he means is, like, when the algorithm that they've built is inferred from Sol only, right? Like, that's the only one that they have scientifically accurate data on, about how planets evolve, how they likely have evolved. We've got all of the different studies. So, like, that's what he means. When he says volcanism's very common, like, in the galaxy, it's because it's somewhat common across Sol, right? Like, what you'll see is that if there's, I think there's, what? I don't know how many exactly, but I think there might be 5 bodies, like, with moons and Earth and that have active volcanism present on them. And out of, what, like, 20 or something? So I bet you it is 15 to 20%. You really are, GG's. I suppose, no, yeah, there are a lot of exos, but nowhere near the resolution that we have of Sol, do you know what I mean? And obviously what's in Elite is nothing like what we currently have now. I think Frontier missed a huge opportunity in gaming history. There was a 9-month period where we, the players, could have pursued peaceful, positive interactions with the Farcs. I didn't know that. I've not heard anything about time yet, but I do agree, Mac. I think that there was... I have read that... I think the Fargoids are ultimately just a hostile entity that we will have to deal with at a certain degree, you know? But I think the level... I don't think they're out to get us. I don't think that killing us is their primary motive. So, it might be that we can just strike a deal with them. But the way that we're expanding... Trillions of humans have been born in the last year. Like, the population of humanity has grown more in the last year than it has in the last decade. Nothing that was said there resonated with me that time travel was off the cards. Like, faster than light travel is by definition time travel. Like, it's just like how that works. Like, it's just based on our current model of physics. If you travel faster than the speed of light, then one of the side effects is you will travel in relativistic manner to time. Like, the second you cross that boundary into C 1.00001C, you start going back in time, like literally instantly, like just by definition so far, based on what we've discovered. And like by our current understanding of physics, the reason there is an arrow of time is because of the speed of light. Like and then when you compound that, like, I get it that for years the position that the game doesn't have time travel because the developers don't call it time travel. I get that that position's been reasoned, right? Because even though it looks like what we're doing could be reasoned as time travel, because for example, if you sit stationary at a star and I am there with you in my ship, and then I jump 50 light years away and then jump 50 light years back, you will see me arrive back in continuity, and it will all make sense. I will see you when I arrive. We are experiencing the same time reference frame, even though our ability to time travel is how we can experience wildly different space things at the same, like, at times that don't make sense, right? Like, if something is 50 light years away, like, there is time is encoded in the concept of a light year, right? And speed in general. Like, it's... Yeah, cyber. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. The faster than light is absolutely the big lie. And the question is, how have they told this lie in the lore, right? I get why they've had to tell the lie for the gameplay side and to make it fun. But there have to be implications of that lie that impact what we're seeing. And I think that it is that the way that they've done it, the way that they've solved this time problem, is they've made it so that there is a place called witch space, and that exists as space that we can exist in, because we're also beings that exist in space only, right? It's just that where we exist, there is also time, and there isn't time there, right? But we can still exist there, because we are made of space, just like that place is. But here, where we live, and where we evolved, and where we exist normally, there is also time. And when you're in time, time proceeds at the rate of 1 second. Like, that is the anchor between the game and real life, is 1 second. Timing. Right? Like a CPU. It's fascinating. It's brilliant. I need to explain why the data that I've found shows that when we go to the Radicoidas, we time skip to the 5th of August, 3322. 07 Tranonica. Is this got a fresh bowl in? Yes. What's the time? 3:05. Not yet. How many bodies do you use? What you got, Tran? What you got, bruh? Chatting to me, chatting to you. What did you find at the Radicoida? I agree, Ions Brewable. Yes, this also is true. Yes, correct. For example, yes, precisely. Like if I mean, what examples are there of that though? I mean, just by definition, like if somewhere's 50 light years away, and this is, I understand that our ships can break the speed of light, right? But nonetheless, when you're not in the ship's speed of light breaking mode, when you're just sat in normal space and you target somewhere that's 50 light years away, if you flash your lights, in 50 years, that light will hit that system. Right? That's still true in Elite. And if they then flash back, it will take 50 years and for you to see. And if you were sat here and you flashed it, you'd have to wait 100 years before you see the flashback. Now, I get it. The ships can break the speed of light, right? But holy shit, Tranonica. What you chat about, bruh? What's he big one and Bob, son? Maybe? Earth is rotating backwards. What do you mean? What's this one? What? Is this Lightbender's thing? You know, Tranonica, that's new. I'm going to verify. Well, that would explain why people have been saying they have positive health impact. Just saw this Reddit thread about how Earth is rotating backwards. Is it Lightbender's thing about how the solar system, like Sol is weird? Sol isn't right. Do you know what I mean? Got that 185. Got to hit the limonella terpenes. Do you know what I mean? Get them. My health is deteriorating. My health is still deteriorating underneath the Radicoida. Yeah, I think I'm in open, you know? Yeah, yeah. The China Green Elvis is Lightbender. And someone recognised it. Oh. Okay, that lead was not reproducible for me. Going to Reddit. Reddit. So no, the sun is well and truly out for me, sorry, Tranonica, at this site. So it's very hot and very dangerous. Like, my health immediately starts to go down. You can't share URLs via YouTube, I'm afraid, so that's a thing. So yeah, for me, even in the shade, I still get gnarly messed up here. But, like, what's the title? If you copy paste the title, I'll just search the title. I think it might have been a conversation that I also had with Lightbender through the thread on the Independent Raxler Hunters Discord. I'm just going to briefly flip to my main and just check these Imperial Hammers, see where they end up. be fair, I could do some DW3 Explode just to change it up for a bit. I would really love to be back in the bubble to deploy the Kestrel, to be honest. Like, it sounds really fun, and the new community goal sounds good. I'd like another one of those KWS. Oh, man. But I suppose that's the price of being in DW3, isn't it? I made the decision, and now I can't be in the community goal. You missed basically nothing, mate. So far, we had a bit of a red herring with Tranonica on the situation pertaining to whether you take damage whilst beneath the Radicoida Unica. I know the post you mean. It has the image of all the things. What are these? My carrier completed its jump. I never have received my weekly colony payment yet. Pranavantal representative, Enclave Conflict Victory. Commander, we thank you for your resolve in securing our interests in HIP 87621 and your continued pledge to our cause. As a result, we are included in the ongoing October Accords and will have the advantage of being one of the first to benefit from the applications derived from this flora. In line with the October Accords, and as the Enclave's majority superpower, the Empire has issued pre-engineered Imperial Hammer modules, which can now be claimed from the Exogene Sciences module storage. So that post that was on Reddit also continued. There was a discussion with the original poster through the thread I've got going about time travel. So unquestionably they're onto something. But what it is and the implications of it, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what it means. Where am I? Oh, shiny. We've moved back core-wise. We're in the Formorian frontier. We've moved again. Ooh, we were over here. Okay. Why is that? Because it was a waypoint. I guess this is like a POI. Mirror Soul. No, I do want to go there. New stuff revealed on the 1st of March. What do you mean? Who knew stuff when? Why? Who knew stuff when and why? I should have mapped that. You should have mapped that. Okay. What's this place? Okay, so that's Rendezvous Point. Right, okay, I remember that spot. Do you think we'll go back there? Ark Squadron, the Cult of Brabant. That would be cool, Cyber. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Correct, Lions Brewable. Yep, LS is light seconds. I don't know why they include it. I don't know why they don't just switch to AUs. An interesting one. I also don't know why they do I don't know why they do light years either. Like, why not just find somewhere else where the distance is 1 light year and then call it that? Or make up a story. What, it's just like you aren't deep within... What else is here? Is there a black hole here or some such? I do not see a light. Oh no, it's these. Will we have to deal with anything now?
Our carrier respects careful pilots. What's your speed at there?
Cyber, that's crazy. You've like bottomed out to the point where you can now just use it normally. Wow.
Permission granted. A landing pad has been assigned to you.
So Ion. 180 light seconds isn't far. Like SCO is time travel, definitely.
Landing gear deployed.
We've got you safe and sound. Solid approach.
Really? So you can
Our
use
sensors are
SCO regardless of your FSD health. Like, what if the FSD malfunctions and you're in SCO? The science. I'm tempted to go and see the Mirror Soul to see if it happens to be the same. It's the system that's closest to exactly like the opposite. Like if you go essentially the exact distance from Sagittarius A star on the other side. So it's just like on the other spot. Opposite Sol. It depends on your throttle, though. The top speed in SCO depends on your throttles. The top speed at 0 throttle is much lower than the top speed at full throttle. Did you have full throttle? Oh, then if it was full throttle, then that is lower. Lastly, the top speed is still... No, it isn't dependent on gravity bodies, is it? SCO completely disregards it all. I need to take this mug down and rinse it out. I'm also going to get a brief little bag of crisps. I'll be right back. I don't think I finished that bowl fully. I'm gonna fire it back up. I'm going to give it the 195. I'll be right back. Now, ions brewable, that's your question at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. No, at 3 hours, 32 minutes and 33 seconds. That was the time past midday today that you made that statement. Does that mean signals also time travel? Weird. SCO back up to 4200 at one point. It could be gravitational, yeah.
Since the beginning of the universe, no greater an event has occurred than this. You have done it. You have followed Hash.
Yes, Hoodie. So, signals that are emitted as photonic radiation and therefore are like essentially analogous to just... Oh, yeah, shit. This bowl's all... At least the 195, doesn't it? To a photon, time is stationary. There is no time. It's at the emission site, and it's at the site of the observation. And when you observe it, you can only get the signal when the time your observation happens and the space that your observation is of is inside the light cone of the emission. Now, when I say light cone, I kind of do mean literally, but I'm talking about a temporal light cone, which I don't know if you know what they are. Do you know what a temporal light cone is? There is way better videos out there already about, if you just search temporal light cone in YouTube, there will be nerds that explain it with visuals and stuff way better than I can. But it's like temporal light cones, temporal light cones are a tool used when talking about black holes and the likely evidence that physics indicates that there are potentially like shadow universes or alternative universes. Inside myself now, what I'm feeling is that what I could be doing tonight is I could be pew-pewing in my kestrel with my friends in the bubble. I could be doing that if I just fuck this off now. You know what I mean? And what would it mean? It would mean we don't have Gak, so we can't do mining. Or, well, no, I mean, we're a billionaire, so we can just copy Gak and have another one. We wouldn't have Kokijo's Demise, but we could copy it. We wouldn't have this Cobra Mark 5, but we could copy it. And we wouldn't have Seeker, and that hurts a lot. But we could copy it. But it would also involve... I know, Cyber, I know, you're probably right. I already did drop out once, and then I came back, and it was so long. And this is twice as long. That's what the alt account's for, but I want to play with the Kestrel. Okay, yeah, that's dead. Let's smash the chips, and then let's think. They're crisps, I'm sorry. Oh man, this chat is off its nut. So Ions Brewable 100% agree. You are definitely just. I think you're seeing that this is a time travel game. And Cyber, this is madness. Hunger. But yeah, I agree with your science there. Agreed. So, I mean, obviously they have an emission window, right? It looks like what they've done is they've decided that they're going to go with it. I think what could be possible is that we'll get the ability to have an extension to our frameshift drive where we stay in place and time goes forwards or backwards in front of our eyes. I think that's what we could be moving towards. There's no reason why this game can't do that. In fact, it's essentially a free component of, like, you see it in games like Roller Coaster Tycoon and that, when you can just click like the speed up time button. Yeah, I agree, Iron's Brewable. And it looks as if if you ask the question, well, what are they going to do about it being an MMO and players will experience the same thing? Like, it looks as if they're just going to say whatever. Just let them see different things. Like, that seems to be the solution. And it seems to work. Like, technically it works. I'm down. Aren't you? I'm down. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, all right, fuck it. It's the game. Whatever. Like, it's fun. I'm up for it. Let's be time travelers as well. Scott it. We already are de facto time travelers. And then can you imagine, like, you'd have people that would spend time exploring systems in time. Like, can you imagine if they enriched the simulation with a core feature reboot that meant that rather than the game just being at whatever time it is and you jump to and you see it however it is, like, each system also now has the entire time of the universe that you could technically sit there and rewind back through, and potentially unique events that happen at certain points that we would have to start discovering. Do you know what I mean? And then that would give them the time dimension to start targeting stories. And then it would be surely possible for us to just like rewind Sol until we eventually see Mars get unterraformed and all that, right? That would be what the Radicoida could lead towards. Oh man, that would be sick. No, I think that's way more ambitious than anything they've got going on. Like that's significantly more ambitious than the space elevator idea as a body of coding development. There's no evidence that they've done the platform updates to facilitate like the cross-porting of Jurassic Evolution and Planet Coaster code bases into Elite to facilitate the feature set I was describing around. Pardon? Pardon? So the space elevator idea is that as part of your colonies, you'd put a space elevator, and then a certain area beneath it would become like a map in a version of a feature of the game that would be very similar to play in like Planet Coaster or something like that. Whereas the architect, you'd be able to play that version of that feature, and that essentially like a version of one of those games in this game. So then I would imagine it like where you would also have some sort of ability in your fleet carrier to like remote into a control area in each one that you've got, so that you could easily remote into all of the atmospheric planets that have space elevators down to their own cultivated areas, and you could build them and manage them and that. And then there would be like a set, like it would be cool because I think it would be so cool. It would add something more to the colonies, you know. You could have it could add so much potential. It really could. Like, but it would be advantageous to have certain industries and trade routes with places that have certain commodities in order to ensure that you have access to stuff in your surface areas, and that it would be mad. The potential for it is so rich, and the main benefit of it as a focus for me is it uses development effort from other parts of the company. Like, that's the key. That's what they need to do as a business. And so that's why I want to see some sort of feature like that. But the background simulation is also important, and that needs to be in a healthy state for anything more ambitious like that to exist. And then what we're talking about, yeah, Ion. I think so. Who was it who suggested the idea that a fleet carrier that can jump any distance, and like its jump range is big enough that a full tank of fuel, when it's full, is enough to jump across the whole galaxy, but it like the further you jump, the more time it takes. So that would be a long jump. Like, I don't know how long that would be. Maybe it would even be a week or something. I don't know. I don't know how it would scale. I feel like there would probably be some inverse square law involved. But yeah, I have a that was a good suggestion, like an exploration focused fleet carrier that substitutes some facilities for the ability to be able to jump any distance, but it just takes longer. But like, can you imagine if like jumping, say 10, I think a good ratio would be if it could do 10k, 10,000 light years in an hour, right? Because I can do about 25k an hour. I can probably do 35k in the Caspian an hour. Currently, it can only do at max maybe 800 light years an hour, right? And that's with you constantly like going into the right panel, controlling it, scheduling the jump, setting a timer for the duration it tells you, plus a few minutes for cooldown. So maybe 30,000 light years an hour, but then that would mean Beagle Point in 2 hours in a fleet carrier, which is way quicker than most people can get there in a Caspian. I don't know how it would balance well, but point stands. I think it's a good idea. And I like this idea that time could be a variable that adds depth to the systems. if they got it right, all they would have to do is add, like they've already got creation timestamps for all of the colony stuff, right? So if it is as I think, and the Radicoida time bubble expands, and when it expands, like I imagine what that would mean. The first symptom that we would see of it, right, would be, I'm assuming that the exogene sciences base wasn't present in 2015, which is where I still believe that it takes you to, although perhaps it is also forwards in time, which, if it is forwards in time, I mean, that would make sense if all those places are there. Is that a comet? It is, isn't it? It's showing its tail. Okay. See, this triangle configuration that the gas giants are in, don't that look awfully similar to how they look when we time skip? Oh shit. Everything's like falling in. See your health going down. 727. Ah, now your health is okay. Yeah. Okay. The temperature is going down. Wait, did it go up as you got down? Is it 721? But at the beginning, you are losing health. Look, your health is ticking down, seemingly due to the heat. That's going down. Then you bored. Do you already have samples of it like this on you? They fucking saying to me, huh? They fucking put me on to here. Cyber, oh my gosh, you're nearly back. I'm confused, Trenonica. So the Guardian relics, where do they come into it? Thank you, Hoodie. When you invoked this scenario where you were no longer taking heat damage. Car out.
Drive assist off. Low gravity warning.
Cyber, I hope you learn. Unsafe temperature. System link error.
Suit thermal limit exceeded.
Yeah, we're getting fucked up. Okay.
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
These are new. Wait, what, Cyber? It's displaying 0%. I can't replicate it, Trenonica. I'm always taking heat damage. I reckon it's related to the site you're at. I do, mate. Oh. Oh, is there new information? Okay, yeah, I think, isn't that where I am? Yeah. 6 kilometers from the crash site. You can do this, Cyber. You're so close to getting back. Thank you, Hammerlam. What have you discovered here, Cyber? I reckon you're on 0.4% health. And one more neutron will take you out. That's what I reckon. Oh. No, where's he gone? There he is. Oh, he's hidden. Oh, wait. John Train Manola. DJ Tranonica. Makes me so happy to see other players at the Radicoida. Arg the ship! Arg the ship!
gravity warning.
This is fine. This is science. Roll up. Whoops. Sorry about the tire marks. Oh, you should definitely hit the neutron, brother. Come on. The only risk is, right, if you're in the neutron jet and it malfunctions and you tumble out, you'll tumble out into the neutron. And that's rough. You can handle it. Like, if everything else is okay, if everything else on your ship is fine other than the frameshift drive, presumably you can... I mean, well... Wait. Will you have to then use the AFMU on the FSD in order to charge it? To Super Cruise? I don't know. Ah.
Cargo scoop deployed.
I'm injured. I'm burning. I accept you. I've tried saying the old words, they don't work. I'm stuck.
Warning. Vital signs weak. Vital signs stabilized.
It gassed me, and then I got stuck. Oh, interesting. The Guardian artifacts do not react to humans. I thought they reacted to the human in the SRV. But they react to the SRV. Wait a minute. You're telling me I'm not special? So, what is it, then? What do they react to? I thought it was like ancient technology in Stargate. That's what I always assumed was happening. Like, watch. We go near... See the way that totem... Right, wait. Let's grab the relic.
Cargo scoop deployed.
See how that lights up? Well, that's fucking sus, that is, because why is it lighting up for this and not for me, eh? Look. Go over there.
Suit thermal limit exceeded.
No, go over there. Yep. Go on. Go on. Oh, aye. I'll kick you. I'll kick you. I'll kick it. Kick. 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 Uh-huh. Oh. Oh. Heal me. Space Anus. Ha.
Warning. Vital signs weak.
Oh, shoot. Go. Ah. Oh, not good. Nailed it. This is my kind of science. Punching Guardian relics. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Turn on. Turn on. Turn on. 29. Turn on. 20. Oh. Wait, what? Is the SRV off?
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
So Tranonica, are you now healing? Are you taking heat damage? Cause your boy's getting pretty fucked up. Module malfunction. He's got that module malfunction. What, so you can just run around here? But how long have you been time skipped? Is it the same time of day for you?
Warning. Extremely high temperature detected.
Sorry. Oh no, stay up, stay up. No, stay up, stay up. Ah, shit. Fuck you. Fucking stupid piece of grass. I didn't mean to. Yeah, punch it. Fucking guardian prick. I'm being hurt. I'm being hurt lots.
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
Let's see. Zeradic food spores. Wait, why is my cargo illegal? I stole them from you. Ah. Touché. Vertical limit. like what you putting out. Sounds so cool. Maybe it's just Tran, Nonica. Maybe it's your suit. If your suit is like mega upgraded, maybe you can just handle more temp. Does it say anything about it? No. But maybe thermal armor resistance? Do you think that would do it? At some stage in the next hour, I am going to cook a stir fry. A chicken chow mein stir fry. Oh, right. Forgive me. Okay, I understand. So you're the same as me. You are also losing health and needing to heal. I thought you were saying that you were still experiencing the lack of damage. But I've witnessed it on your video. I saw it. I understand. We need to understand why that happens. They said that it does positive stuff for your health. I agree. Yes. Reproduction will be key. Oh, Sniper, that sounds immense. It's me in the water, Scaramanga, Alamo. Oh, Rosen, have you tried the new shot cannon on the Radicoida? Maybe that's their weakness. Vital test, critical test. Have you done it? Friday 420 test. Does the Radicoida's vape ignite under shock cannon? Ah, dude, what? You're all good, Bronze Eagle. What does it speak this sound? Who do you say? Do you know? Terrifying. I literally look like if I even I physically have pushed down the lid on my ABV. This whole thing is actually heavy now as well, and it slowly opens again. Do you know what? I'm gonna prep a bowl, but I can't have it until after dinner. I'm too low. That's interesting, Bronze. That is interesting. So, correct. Yeah. I mean, we just still don't know for sure because there's, to my eye, we're going back. To the data, we're going forward. That, I mean. Alright, bro. If the time skip is a shield, like a force field, moves you through space, it should move you through time. The direction wouldn't matter. I mean, we know the exact... It seems to do it... It seems to revert you to a moment in time. Whenever you glide down to a Radicoida site, the game resets to a moment in time. Radicoidas are unique in this instance. They're the only POIs we've observed so far that implement this. I think I'm going to go and do the stir fry so it's done for 5 and then we can do a few more experiments, you know? Tranonica, we need to work out... I think it could have just been your time skip duration, to be honest, because your ambient temperature was down in the 700s. The 700s. Whereas right now, look at this. Look, it's aggressive. It's aggressively heat. It is aggressively heat. You see it. 831. But it's gone down a lot. Look, it's dropping constantly. 830. 829. So I think that's what it is. I think if we wait long enough... Oh shit! Okay, that audio I agree with. I had an intrusive thought and it won, and I'm sorry if your ancient key has an ouch. It does. You might want to collect the ancient key. I ouchied it. I'm sorry I gave it the ouchies. I agree, Cyber. That plasma rifle sounds badass, doesn't it? We do want a bullet. Ah.
Extremely high temperature detected.
So I think what happened here, my hypothesis,
Thermal limit
is that... Oh, look, 765. My health isn't going down anymore. 821. Wait. 764. Wait. This spot here is cooler. Tranonica, come in. Quick. Come into my little bush fort. Oh my god, I feel like a fucking kid. Oh my god, it's just given me a feeling like a kid. Do you know what I mean? Come in, quick. Yes, quick, be safe. Oh! Are you safe? Are you safe? Do you see? Do you know what I mean? That feeling. Oh. Wait, what do you mean? No, no, no. Get in the right bits. Look, all these bits are good.
Suit thermal limit exceeded.
But you see now it... So wait, now it says 8:15. I'm in the sunlight, but I'm not taking health damage. So as you look at the temperature at the top left, right? And just watch, once it drops dramatically, you've entered like the cushy spot. But look, now I'm getting fried. And now it's stopped. And now I've entered it again and it stopped.
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
Is it working for you? Are you doing it? What the fuck? It's like a force field, and when you go in it, you stop feeling heat. Oh wait, now it's happening again. No, it's not me. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's not it's not just the power of shade. That got me real bad. Right, so let's do a new test. We need to re-time skip because I'm not happy with how low the sun's getting. We need it to be a spicy meatball, do you understand? Yeah. Do you know that it's actually an interesting thing, the power of shade? Because that's an interesting thought experiment of whether you can actually, can shade break the speed of light? Can the absence of light do you know what I mean? Like, for example, say you were to work out an exact point where a 10p, when made perpendicular to like the moon, right, it's positioned perfectly so that the 10p will blot out the sun on the moon, right? And all you have to do is rotate the 10p from straight to flat, right, in that time. Boom. In the time it takes it to rotate a quarter, all of the moon becomes shaded. It's just physics. It's just physics, dude. Physics and onion head. That. Ooh, yes, Frozen. Love that, Magna, you little dirtbag. So, we have re-skipped back to the beginning of the tape. Turn of the tape tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special one. We've got Makashi Games up in here in his alt. He's got his hand firmly up the anus of Hammer Glug Glug. They're down at the Radicoida side in HIB 87621, looking to see if they can make any breakthroughs on the latest discoveries in the time travel. And in the other corner, we have Radicoida Unica itself. Science crew are going to go ahead and bring the latest in combat to the fore. I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. Didn't even move. A spaceship crashed into you, and you did not even move. Kill it. Kill the infection. Go, go, go. Go. Go, go, go. Go. Okay, wait. They don't look very effective. Testing.
Warning.
Go, go, go.
Thermal limit exceeded.
Orbital bombardment! Go, go, go. This spot here. I'll duck for safety. It's okay, I'm ducked. I'll put my shield on. I'll be fine. Go! Go, go, go! It didn't do anything, did it?
Shield deactivated.
Wait, can we heal? So right now, 869. Ah! Everything went purple. My health went down. Run away. They work. They hurt.
Low gravity warning.
Hey, And look, the sun's high in the sky, right? It's hot. Our health is deteriorating. Even though we're in the bramble safety, our health continues to deteriorate. Yeah, nah, you see, I think it's... Okay, I think that... Okay, right. I think what we've learned is that underneath them... is shaded. Confirmed. And our suits can cope up to about 750k, and then they start to overheat. Basically, I think is what we're seeing, right? And when it, like, and it's not immediate, so it tries to protect you above 750 for a bit, and then it overheats. So if we sit here and wait, is there any in-cockpit way to see the external temperature? There isn't, is there? There isn't. Well, I think I need to go and cook a stir fry. So I'm going to leave you with cool scenes of futurism. Oh, shit. Little did I know. Goodness me. I won't be long. It doesn't take long to cook a stir fry. Do you know what? I'll keep chatting to you. I'm just going to randomly be narrating the chicken chow mein I'm going to make. I'll also do some thinking out loud about the theorems. So, I feel like there are two things happening right now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to these mysteries. There's the primary thing, which is... Like, I feel like the Radicoida is not the primary thing. The primary thing is whatever they did with Sol at the beginning, or whatever is happening with Sol. Now, from my observation, this is quite peculiar, because what's happening with Sol looks to my eye as if the outer gas giants... Well, I mean, they look like they're from now, not from another time. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I do feel like that side of it is going to be more easily solvable by our Lightbender, because it's like, it's a very visual side of it. And I'm all for, like, give me a spreadsheet with 19 billion numbers, and I'll sit there and, like, my eyes will start rolling in my head, and then I'll understand stuff about the spreadsheet that you're like, why? How do you know that? Well, from what? And I'm like, I don't know. It just speaks to me. The numbers speak to me. But what I'm telling you is, I don't know why I'm convinced that it is back in time, even though, like, the orbit goes forward in time. I feel like there's going to come a time where we're going to come back to that and be like, and that's why, and then we'll know, and that will be very relieving for me. Lifting up the steamer with my noodle arms. I've got those little noodle arms, you see? That sounded fast, whatever just happened. second. Shaniqua? Shaniqua! Ah, yes, of course. I would need, lastly, the sauce. Where is it? There it is. Right, I'm going to bring my chopsticks up, and then I'm going to do the cooking, and then I'll bring back up with my food in the bowl. Only take 10 minutes. So, the soul mystery, I don't know what else to make progress on. Like, I don't like what the AI was saying, that it thinks it's just like happens to be. Nah, this mic is just a bit shit, mate. I'm sorry. It's like as good as it gets. How's that? Is that any better? So, the problem with the soul mystery is no one can FSS it, so we can't get data on it. So, yeah, that sucks. Well, I suppose we can get data on it, but the data sucks because it has to be. Ooh, wait, when we log in. The Tesco stir fry deal is an absolute steal. For 2 people, it's amazing. Honestly, for one hungry person, it's pretty good as well. So you're real hungry though. With the Radicoida, I mean, I just don't know what to do next. I really don't. I mean, this new effect is interesting. But I don't know. I think it might just be shade. I think Tradonica might have noticed that, after you're at that site for 20 minutes, the sun goes low enough that when you enter the shade at the base of the Radicoidas, it shields enough of the heat that you are no longer losing health. I mean, because definitely, like, you can just go to the ones that when there are a bunch of Radicoidas that are in the dark in the time skip, and them ones you can just run around them. You don't take any damage when you're running around, right? It's sizzling. It's frying. I'm stirring. Sorry, I've locked in big time, so I'm not even speaking now, am I? Sorry, it's because I'm just like focused on cooking. So, but my oldie's like, yeah, you better shut up. I want you to lock in. All of the ingredients are now into the one pan, and the temperature is working its way through the whole situation. The frying and the stirring is at peak occasion. If anyone is happening to come across the broadcast right now, I am AFK, so I do apologise. I'm just in the middle of cooking. Do say hello to anybody who's viewing. I'm currently in the middle of doing more Radicoida Science. Absolutely no idea how what I'm hearing correlates to what you're seeing, but I do hear the sound of collisions. I hope everybody's safe. And I'm definitely going to call this stir fry cooked. Made a little bit of a mess. Yo, grab that piece. A kitchen roll. Tidy up, mate. Tidy up. And there we go. Kitchen tidied up. Okay. Bastard! I did all that tidying up, and then in the final stir, I inadvertently kicked some out the pan, didn't I? Like a cat. just going to deliver this meal to one's mama. Enjoy. The SRV required some work, so it's fine. Yeah, Cyber Dummy, this is very odd. So you're doing jumps on 0% FSD right now? So durability is just bullshit on FSDs? That's mad. Just, I've had enough now. So I think the temperature thing is just where sun and shade is happening, right? Wow, that thing is quick. Man, I want to be flying one of them. I think I did a really uneven distribution of noodles to veg between mine and my mum's meal. I think I've got nearly all the noodles. Whoops. That's one way to put it. Chow mein sauce, sorry. So Magna Halvard, apologies. We have been using the journal where we can. Hammerlamp, I make a decent stir fry, but I agree, rice does go best if you know what you're doing. Did you actually hear the stirring? And that, and the frying? So yeah, you have to get it right. You really can't stop stirring once you get the noodles in the pan, or you can have a rapid descent into sticky noodle syndrome. You don't want to get sticky noodle syndrome. What is with your Chinese wok, Hammerman? What's special about? Why is it Chinese? Is it just made in China? All wok's made in China now. Oh yeah, okay. Hi. You did get me thinking. Like, that would be a cool name for like an autobiography or a biography of someone that's Chinese that's moved or grown up in Britain or something, or grown up elsewhere. Not every wok's made in China, but I don't. It's pretty fucking racist as well. In that he's been in China half of this year. Wow. This stream's taken a nosedive. Ah, yep. Oh no. Wait, Frenchie, what does that mean? Are you okay? I feel like it means you're about to take a shit. I don't know, is that what you're telling us? It's fine if you wish to share that. We all need to do it. Glad to join you. Remember, just let nature take its course, don't strain. But also don't spend too long on the loo. Men are notorious for spending too long on the loo, because it's a good place to escape from a lot of the demands on us. But it's important to remember that blood pools to the sphincters when on the toilet, and that can cause false alarms with bleeds and stuff. Just letting you know. What does it mean, Commander Brownbread? Oh wait, I'm in! Okay. Yeah, it was me. I said it. Fuck 'em all for the virus. That's what I say. I don't... I'm joking. I don't... All for the virus. Ah! No! We've taken their DNA. Chase them with microspores. I want to know. I'm a bit skeptical about this large piece of chicken. It's very big. Nailed it as usual, but you should always be safe. I know it's a bit late since I've already served it, but I was pretty confident. In the Quirium Wars, many lovers met each other in the Radicoida fields of HIP 87621. On this occasion, we see a wild Mandalay being courted by a recently evolved Kestrel. The Caspian, perving in the corner like a little fucking pervert. The Kestrel adopts the mating position. Ah! Damn it. Not again. When you do that, it's so weird. Looks like it's broken. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fucking smash him. Oh wait, you pooping? Ooh. I'll fight him. Wait, I'm trapped. I'm trapped. No! What is happening? I do not consent to this. Goodness me. Is there one near me or something? It's that spike, isn't it? Damn spikes. Did I not get to shoot any? Was I too slow? I see it. Damn it. It's so strong. Fucking worthless. Guardian bastards. Yeah. Shoot me with the pulse things once, just with the shock dudes. Just ba ba ba. Right. Always.
Under attack.
Oh, okay. They all hit as well. 9% damage. You dare cross this line, boy! It's my ship now! I'm docking! That is a lovely skin, by the way. Mm-hmm.
Landing gear deployed.
That is a Sidewinder, isn't it? Why is she in a Sidewinder? Like, why are all people always in shitty ships? The Caspian does look a lot better to land now. We're not messing about trying to get it down.
Low gravity warning.
I've not seen them. So her response to this situation is she goes out to get samples. So presumably she walks 6 kilometers from here. Big chew.
Warning. Dangerously high temperature detected.
Terry. Terry. Was not okay. That's. Oh wait, can I try and ride on the Kestrel? Please come to me. Caw! Oh my god! That was so cool! Yeah! Oh! No!
No vital signs detected.
Killed me. Honestly, mate, we've mostly just been fucking about. I have respawned back in here. I am back here now, my dear. Don't you see this really is true? When you die, do you lose the scans? Ah! How's your day been, Ross?
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
Take me to some uncultured rapscallion. Of course I know how to use chopsticks, boy. Been to China. I was raised. A lot of my values are from my old man. He was an immigrant. So, like, if I know somewhere has a custom, I'll learn about it before I go there, so that I'm ready to engage in their custom. So, like, when I went to China, I knew I had to eat with chopsticks. I wasn't going to force them to have cutlery for me. Excuse me. doesn't always. It's one dimension. There is spatial intelligence, definitely.
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
Wait, this isn't alive. But yeah, I do think I have been blessed with quite a decent sense of coordination, to be fair. Always been quite good. Like, in martial arts, I was always complimented for my precision. So perchance, this might be the cause. Oh. How has your day been, Ross? Oh, it sounds like a bee! He goes, "Nyeh." Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, right. You did. My bad.
Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
No, not the mating position again. Ka-ching. I can't wait to give the Kestrel a spin. It looks so fun. I'm gutted I'm on DW3. So nearly came back today. We got a grunter! Let me in, I'm burning, let me in, let me in, it's so hot out here! You've got to use the blue circle, Simon. The blue circle? Whoa! What even just happened? What just happened? Did you just go backwards? That didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. It looked like you were rewinding. You're like, it was. Look at the zigzag. You're like Zorro. You're like inverted Zorro. Do you know what they're missing the trick on here? Yes! You should be able to have streamers on, like the red arrows and that. So you could write in the sky. It would just be constant dick pics though, wouldn't it? Really? Dude was going sideways then. Like a corkscrew turn. That boy there's learning some pretty crazy shit. I don't know what else to check. Get out of here, you little shit! He's already turned round! Oh god! He's already pointing at us. No, 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 no. That's not what I was. I was just gonna see if we can see if it can outperform the gimbal when the beat plays. So that was all. Boop, 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 boop. Run away. Run away. So the stuff about Soul is weird. I don't know what to do about it. Also, why are these diamonds? Take it easy, Ross. Cool, blimey, governor. Take it easy, mate. Time I have a little ganja ball, my friend. Don't you know that is true? You know, gotta go around and hit the ball. Gotta go and get that little ganja now. You're all now. It's a Friday night. You see us gone tonight. You're gonna go and have a little fright. Oh. Shit, it's to do with the epoch, isn't it, of the galaxy. This is what this is about. Wait, when you map a body, do you get the scan result? Cyber, deserved, man. Congratulations. Embrace it. Get ready to sweat. Just sweat. Sweat out the joy of that meat. I do love beef. We are currently time skipped. How do you know? Because the gas giants aren't all together on the outer ring. They ain't together, boom, 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 no. And in current time, they are, boom, boom, there. But this triangle's more like what we see when we look at the current real time. As is this. Look, like, I'm not joking. Like, I swear it, Squire. Images, size 720, full system, real, delete, 90, update. Now look at that. Would you look at that? Look, that to me, right? Look, what we're seeing here. Donde este la biblioteca? That's Jupiter, isn't it? And that one's Saturn. That one's Uranus. No. What is the next planet that it's checking? It's Neptune, isn't it? Where the fuck is it? So if we look at now, all right, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. They're in like a zigzag, right? That's how it is now, like literally now for us. Like I'm in the dark right now, so technically Jupiter should be visible out the window, right? If we go to 2015 and update it. No. 3301, update this. And 3312. No. 33. Oh, wait. See, I'm sorry, but this is what the inner systems look like on the 14th of August. And if I flip it by going to 270 and update it, no, we'll do it another one. So it's 90 less. Oh 07 Cyber, you do take care. It does look pretty fucking convincing, doesn't it? Like it is 2015. And what's the external sitch? If we go for the full system, this is where we just get nothing. Look, there should be a triangle of the three gas giants, right? Where Jupiter is on the side of Mars. But that is true. There's a triangle of the three, and Jupiter is on the... Oh. Okay, and then let's look at now. Update. So if I relog, not time skipped, the prediction is that Sol should look like this. Ignore Mercury. Mercury will always be off. It's too close. But the other three should map. And rather than being where Venus and Earth are next to each other, which we can see is visible in the 2015 rendering of this, right? Oh, wait, look, what just happened there? It's not... Ah, right, no, because I'm meant to be specifically on the 14th of August, and then they all align. That's... The alternative date is 10 years in the future, or 3,830 days in the future, which would put us on... what would it be? 2036 on the 5th... No, the 5th of the 8th. That's not what we're seeing at all. We're seeing this, aren't we? The triangle of the gas giants encapsulating the inner bodies. And then Earth and Venus being next to each other. Mars on the opposite side. This is the date we're on, right? August. I don't mean to, like, it just is. It just... No, it's I I think that the soul thing we're realizing has always been there. The only thing is that like Neptune is wildly off to Uranus in that image. I don't think the soul date would be to do with that reboot. I think whatever that feature reboot is, I think it's going to be like the background simulation or something like that. Like it's not going to be. We'll see. I don't know. I would have to just keep an open mind. I didn't see operations coming, so I don't know what to say. This is like a triangle that encapsulates the inner bodies, and then off from Saturn, Neptune is, right? But what I would describe this as is a triangle that encapsulates the inner bodies, and then off from Uranus to Neptune, right? Not Saturn. But based on the inner planets, it looks spot on. And then if we relog, so Earth and Venus are nearly opposite each other in their orbits, and Mars is on the side of Venus, right? So Earth and Venus are on opposite sides. Earth and Venus are on opposite sides, and Mars is on the side of Venus. But this is 90 degrees off, isn't it? We are not that's not it, is it? That's not it. Jupiter and Saturn should be next to each other and aligned to what the fuck that is. I think that might be Mercury, so we can't work with that. But near Mars in its orbit, not true. Whereas if we go to now and update, now it says, I mean, this also doesn't make sense because it says that Jupiter, oh wait, Jupiter should be opposite Mars, that's true. But then it says that Saturn should be near Jupiter over here. Maybe like more here. And Uranus should be literally, so Saturn's off. And then it also says, okay. Says that Earth and Venus should be opposite each other, but then Mars is like just simply seems to be mirrored, doesn't it? But the others aren't. But then Mars was terraformed. So the closest orbital simulations that match what we see in the orrery mode for Sol are when you look at how the solar system really is today, but you have to remember that how it actually exists is they did a one-time generation in 2013-ish, and then the game rolls forwards all of the orbits. What do you mean by that sentence? 3312 isn't 2026, correct? In the game, when it says, for, like at the top left there, you see it says 27th of Feb 3312. That isn't this. That isn't equivalent to this. 3312, 27th of Feb 3312 update. Don't match, does it? Look at the inner system. So this is saying that the Earth and Venus should be next to each other, and Mars should be on that side with them. No, I'm also thinking, what are we seeing here then? Not the gas giants, though. The gas giants are fucked. Like, look, if we go to now, this should be all good, and it's not all good. It's there is a triangle, but it's not. But inside the asteroids, I think we're cushy. Boom, 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 boom. Mirrored, but why? So Mars looks mirrored. Maybe it's Mars that was flipped. But no, we know Venus was as well. Can you imagine that? Meeting everyone. I would only go if I would want, like, it would be like a parade, like a festival, where we all have our own floats, and it would have to be like up to medium ships. And then we could all ride in our own floats. Like, I want to be in a DBX, I think, or maybe a Mandalay. I will check that out in a mo. Well, but that's when I do the same dates, it doesn't look anything like what it's meant to. Yeah, look, if we do it now, boom. I mean, so there are some problems. The problem is that there's some mirroring that's happened somewhere along the line that means that Earth and Venus are on the opposite sides of their orbits, and Mars is on the side of Venus, and the angles make sense, but, like, yeah, it's slightly different. And we should ignore Mercury because Mercury's too fast. No, that was what I was showing. 3312 is nonsense. It looks madness. It's look, Earth and Venus are meant to be next to each other, and Mars is all the way over there. Honestly, I don't know who Lightbender is, but I'm starting to get really pissed off with them. They're really starting to annoy me. I don't know why there's such a confrontational prick. From your perspective. They're just wasting time. You're just wasting time. Just listen. I'm telling you what is truthful, and you can find it out by watching the videos. Where's that spreadsheet? Sorry, guys. I'll be with you in a sec. This person is fucking pissing me off. Zeno, I do apologise. Oh, Jasper, thank you for that message. I've only just read it, and that's really interesting. Thanks, Tranaqua. Take care. No problem, and GG's. So you managed to activate the map, both skipped and non-skipped? Wait, interceptors can self-destruct? Ooh. So, I mean, right now I feel like what's on the screen is what the game is rendering. Obviously, Mercury's off, it would be on, I don't know, it's confusing. It's not matching. But it's definitely not this, right? It's definitely not the date that it says. That's nothing like what's on the screen. Is it? No. Friendly.
Orbital flight engaged.
Nice, Cyber. Nice. Elite Soul doesn't rotate the same way. Look. You're in the right direction. I think this Lightbender dude is just drunk, and when they're drunk, they get really full of themselves because they've just I think they've just had a penny drop that they're just being unnecessary. Like they, literally, all it is, right? They don't like it that someone will ask something. They'll be like, "Oh, does it do this?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, it does do that. Yeah, I've checked that." And everyone else will just go, "All right, cheers." Right? But what Lightbender choose to do is says, according to you. Someone will come in and ask a question, and I'll answer, and I won't just answer a question, I'll answer, and then I'll also say, I did this, this, and this to check, but I encourage you to check it as well, right? That's what I often say about stuff. And that's what, if Lightbender ever asked me any direct question about this stuff in an open-minded way, I would say the same. I would say the same 100%. But they keep on instead just literally, if I say anything, they're like, according to you. Like literally just, they just don't like me for some reason. What's really weird is I just can't work out what does it mean. It's to do with this. I think someone's been told. Right, what are we doing? I don't know. I don't know how else to deduce any more information from this. It is time travel. You time travel back, but when you do the data analysis, it looks like you time travel forward. Why? When we've investigated that... Barry! When we've investigated it, it's brought us back to Sol. Why? Why does it bring us back to Sol? Because the concept of time is something that is relative to Sol. A second was deduced at Sol. A year is about Sol and Earth. But none of those things are actually in the game. All that's in the game is seconds. Seconds since the epoch of the simulation. No, you're absolutely fine, Cyber. I just want to know. I just want to know what it's all about. So when we look into it, why are we looking at Sol, though? Why? Because we want to know if it's going forwards or backwards in time. Sag, no. The only way to get these numbers out of the game is to FSS, as far as I know. Maybe mapping? I would 100% agree that... Getting this data out of Sol would absolutely be immense. I mean, yeah, like the 14th of August date is just it lines up with everything. It was what it immediately pointed to. It gave us the Halsey link. The Halsey link was what led me down the path of believing this was fully real, and then making the assertion that it meant which space was a space with no time, which has then been verified in the law. So I'm not making that up. I don't mean to. Do you know what I mean? This is just how it's unraveling. The in-between space. Yeah. Damn. Shake it down. Oh, what's it gonna be? I don't know. Make a sound. Now we're gonna go and see what they're all saying. Because we need to learn more, don't you go? How are we gonna do it? I don't know. But I need more people up in here for show. How are we gonna do it? Do you want to do another test with me? What we gonna do this time? I don't know. How you feeling? Do you feel good? What's this? There's a gas giant over there. Ah, it's moving. Really, really fast. We're rotating on this body fast. Oh my god. Sorry, guys, I'm just deep in a chat here. Oh, thank you, Hamalam. And I missed your message about the song as well. I've just blocked this Lightbender person because they fucking piss me off. I think our omnipotent overlord has realised that they're out of their depth and is giving up. Thank God. Yeah, they're now swearing at people. Oh, it's so funny. I'm going to go for a wee. I said I needed a wee. I'll be right back. We will do something constructive soon. Okay, I don't know what. I just needed to send that data over to the dude. He's apparently going to be able to do some better calculation on more data, and I've got loads more data, so he can take it. I'll be right back. What's annoying is this light ender dude. Put the ganja in the metal container. I want that one. I'm sorry that I'm just literally streaming while actually just chatting um in Discord, but that is where most of the discussion happens in this, and then we might get an experiment that I then need to run, and then I'll run off and run it, right? And I can only do one at a time, so that's where I get bottlenecked sometimes. When I'm having chats with people, we have an idea, I go and do the experiment. It might take me an hour to do the experiment fully, and in that time other people chat, and then I'll come back to it, and then I try and catch up with what they're saying. And that's what's just happened then. Like, the reason I've been completely locked into Discord was we were off doing stuff, and then I went back to it, and I saw that there was a bunch of conversation, and that this person, this light bender or whatever, was trying to send people off on complete tangents. Like, we've already checked these routes, we've already traversed these paths, do you know what I mean? We've mapped them, we've written down what we found, and all you have to do is open it and you can find out. Like, it is so asinine to just be like, nah, fuck you. Like, what the fuck? I didn't have to spend that time checking this before and then offering you the information for free. Fuck you now. It's like, what the fuck? Like, and the dude's just like, nah, fuck off. What the fuck? Like, I did. What do you mean? Like, oh, you and your spreadsheet and your numbers. Well, yeah, because we started off just looking at your pictures and we couldn't make any fucking sense of it. So in the end, we were just like, right, let's just do maths. 2 + 2 = 4. As long as that's still true there as well, we can add up how long it's been. That's what worked. Ooh. It was fascinating realizing that the Voyager POI is a static POI that always spawns at a set distance from Sol, even when the rest of the planetary bodies rendering at a different time to real time. It shows that there is a clear seam in the system between the Stellar Forge's underlying galaxy dataset and the transitory things like POIs, stations, etc. And also demonstrates how the devs could, for example, only attach a dark wheel-like station when the user is in a particular state. I'm assuming that Cyber wasn't just outright making that assertion about the Morrower boy. Greetings, fellow space-dwelling creature. I trust that this day finds you well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 followers. 1,234 are in the flock. Alas. Who's working for the club? Do you reckon that person was sent in to try and derail us? It's possible they were, to be honest. I can be quite emotionally, like, delicate, so... Cyber, are you in here as well? Are you also reading what I'm typing? So you're like seeing it go down. You're watching my fucking blood pressure go mad on the screen while I'm just like, oh, like a digital tennis match. Wait, are you Void Traveler? I don't even know. Don't feel free not to cross correlate your users. I totally understand if you don't want to do that. Oh, bless you. So I'm gonna watch this video now from, was it Burr or someone about the new currency and that? Apparently they got new inside information or something. Oh, Mugenics, the perfect roguelike. Oh, this guy is like my favorite content creator, I think. Pete Complete. He is amazing. Skippy? That's in the, that's not what I think it is it? What am I thinking of? That's special. Having the commanders all up in Super Cruise and that. That is special, that is. Mm-hmm. Oh, the Morrow Boy. Firstly, I apologise that you can't hear the audio from this week's Galnet News Digest or whatever this is. Sorry, from Burr, not the Galnet News Digest. Alas, this is entertaining, and when it's finished, I will be interested to understand how long you've been playing the game, and also whether you've had any interesting discoveries on your expedition. And lastly, you say you're coming back. So what's that about? Were you on DW3? Like what's the situation? I am currently on DW3. I've not really done any deep space exploration over that end. I've been distracted by this Radicoida stuff. It's good to see it mentioned in the news, even if they're not talking about obviously the most important element of it. We fucking do. It's time travel. Fuck you, we do, Burr. Oh, time travel. Yeah. Super pet. That's a cool find. Like, surely the Burr now knows about this time skip if they took all this footage. Okay. This is a new concept in community goals. Yeah, bye. Exactly as he's just said. Wow. Okay. Busy week. Vessel, good shout, bruh. And I'm not being funny, but whoa. He's talking about Kestrel Vessel busy week. We got other big things this week. We got confirmation. What did we confirm? So we've learned that there's weird stuff in Soul, unquestionably. There's like weird mirroring and stuff. That looking at the when we like look at the real data of the position of bodies in 2015 up till now in Earth and Mars and all that, the game looks like it isn't actually like it looks like what I always thought was that the game was how it is now plus forwarded in time to 3312. It's not. It isn't. It isn't. It's not. It's yeah, it's just not. It seems to just be now. It just seems to be the real time. It just seems the game seems to just be now. But in the game world, it's 3312, right? Like, I think that's what it is. I think that's what the mystery might be. I think that's what we seem to have learned this week. Oh, okay. It's a good trailer. Agreed, but yeah, that's pretty brutal. The vulture in it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The shot cannon changes. We should so be able to land on places like that. Scary. I've got a feeling, like, hopefully what he's about to say about the currency is that it will probably enable old ships to use some of these new things, but we'll see. A nice Corsair. Fox. Well, 'twas most delightful. Wagwan. You got them pink farts, brother. You got them pink farts. We're at the Radicoidas. We've been here on body 2A for... Oh, goodness, we must have been here a long time. I mean, you see all that fuel that's missing? Literally, that's... I've just been sat here. I've not moved. I mean, are we in open? Yeah, we're in open. I don't give a fuck. We're just sat here, chilling. In fact, I think that we should have a Super Cruise time skip stash. So let's reset time, shall we? Let's reset the time, cause I'm a time lord. I'm going back. I think we've got one. Yeah, no, I'm sure we have. We don't. Have they changed it? Have they changed the Super Cruise thing? No, I got this. I got this time skip by logging in there, didn't I? No, I flew down. I did a glide. It was a chill glide. I time skipped in the glide. And then I landed, and it was a chill landing. And then I got distracted by Discord, and for hours was just chatting on Discord. Should have had a Super Cruise time skip cube then. That sounded pretty fucking sus to me. That sounded pretty fucking sus to me, mate. There you go, that's better, isn't it? That's my actual voice. My actual voice. So, is it, where is it? Is it literally directly opposite? Oh, okay. I absolutely agree, Patana. I absolutely agree. It is... I mean, you can get used to it. If you aren't used to doing neutron jumps, if you haven't done much, like, neutron highway stuff, SCO in a non-optimized ship can be a good training wheels for it. Get used to countering the move. It's actually kind of more dangerous
Flight engaged.
in many senses. Well, if you've got the confidence to be able to handle... What? We're going to time skip? Okay, right. So, we'll re-skip here. Now, we're shallow, right? 28 degrees. So, we should get the Super Cruise time skip as well. Here we go. Sweet. You ever done a time skip pattern? That's what we just did. Do the time skip. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Do the time skip, yeah. Don't you wanna come and see it? To be honest, if you're... How new are you to the game? What's your situation? No, I mean, when you say you're not good at ED, I can't... That is the thing, right? There's many aspects to Elite Dangerous. And you don't have to be the best in any of them in order to enjoy it and get pleasure from being in the world with us, right? And so it's only richer for you being there. Like, so yeah. I think if you've been with us since then we're only better off. I love it. I love this game. I like to count myself as a decent pilot, but there are definitely many, many, many that are way better than me. We're currently investigating the Radicoidas in HIP 87621, which through this stream we discovered that they induce the time travel I just evidenced for you on the stream. I don't know if you noticed, but like the entire environment changed. Now what's odd is we should be able... Where is it? Where's that gas giant, eh? It's over here? There he is. Right, you see this star that we're focused on here? There are actually 2 stars next to each other. Okay, no, it's still there. Okay, that's good. So wait, so why... That's sounding pretty abusive, but hilarious. So, I mean, it's had me by the balls for a year now. This game has, big time. I'm loving it. Like, fully, deeply immersed in my alternative life. In the pretend future. So once you get to the point where you have a fleet carrier, do you have a fleet carrier, Patna? The fleet carrier fundamentally changes the experience in the game. Like when you have your own mobile station. Ooh. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. It was a hitch to get mine together. I earned mine on stream last year, so I haven't had it long. Yeah, I mean, you just these days it's just really only platinum mining that's an option, isn't it? Or maybe any, well, to be fair, core mining in Rockies as well. For big money in mining. You see, Patterner, like, I don't know, can you see this is open? This account's open. I don't even really think about it anymore. I honestly think that open isn't as bad as people think. It's like, it's so empty now, open. Because people believe that it's like that. Do you know what I mean? But the reason I don't mind it is because, like, firstly, this is a throwaway account. Like, this account will be wiped, I guess, next Thursday now. We'll do it early March. Yeah, that's good. Spring. So, oh, right. Wait, we just time skipped. So the second star will be revealed soon. That's the reality, isn't it? Okay, my bad. It's coming. Well, at least we visually confirmed the Super Cruise skip. And it is still only 1. So the engineers are difficult. They can be risky. Especially, like, the only times I've been there and open on this account, we were doing another challenge. Oh, excuse me. I talked for a long time today. We were doing another challenge where, and we will be restarting this challenge at some point in the future. The goal of the challenge is to start a new account so that you've got the starter permit, the permit that you have at the beginning for the little, like, secret systems that no one else can go to. You've got that, right? And then, so you only lose that permit when you dock somewhere outside of that permit region and you've achieved like any rank in the first 4. It seems like exobio doesn't affect it, but also there's been some mixed responses. But anyway, so the goal is to basically achieve elite, get the elite permit from the Pilots Federation while still having the original permit that permit locks, that allows you access to the original areas. And I'm wondering if that could be like a trigger to something unique. Now, when doing that, that means a lot of things. Like, once you do anything to earn enough money to be able to do stuff, you then can't dock directly anywhere, but you can Apex. You can, like, Apex Interstellar across the galaxy, and then pay to transfer your ship, and then deploy the ship, and get in it and take off. You can do that, right? And you can't directly land at an engineer, because that will reset your last docks location and you'll lose the original permit. But what you can do, what I worked out, is you can physically land next to the landing pads, get out in your SRV, dismiss your ship, and then request docking in your SRV, which then doesn't count as docking. And then you can be in the engineer and you can engineer your ship without losing the starter permit. So I was cruising around in the starter area in open, and I like deliberately trying to find noobs to attack, and there were no noobs to attack in open. So I think open is so like cursed by its like history that there's just no one in open anymore. Like, there just seems to be no one in open anymore. And then, like, when I'm doing this, I see people and I'm like, oh, yay! And I'm happy to see them because I'm pretty certain they're here because of the stream. Like, they know I'm in open. And, like, what's the worst case scenario? They blow me up. Yeah, Patterner. Some of the missions in Power Play were rough, man. They've dialed that back a lot, and they have made it like vague enough that I think it can't really go wrong anymore. But it also means they've had to close a lot off. They seem to have problems sometimes with some stuff. They're really good at sound design, though. They make great noises. And they do decent volumetric effects when they bother putting them in. Their physics engine is pretty decent. Like, it feels good to fly your ship and go close to stuff and blow up other ships. Yeah? And also, I love the exploration loads. Like, that is the main draw for me of the game. I love it that there are wolf rayets, the rarest star type in the galaxy. There is a binary wolf rayet system out there with Makashi's name on it. Do you know what I mean? That'll be there for the whole of time that galaxy server is accessible, I guess. There are Earth-like worlds orbiting neutron stars with my name on. Very good, very nice. There are sometimes rare instances, I guess. I don't know, I've never had an instance where there's something I can't claim. But there can be really annoying symptoms related to, like, the presence of factions within systems that can be quite complicated to explain. I don't think it's that you're stupid, and I don't think it's a bug. I think it's just complicated, and it can be really, like, even I often need to be like, right, let's go through the rules in my head. Like, if you get a little fight, like at the moment with colonization, for example, right? Like, say you deliver into somewhere that requires battle weapons, but because they made the decision that all new colonial construction sites are owned by Brewer Corporation, the faction, and Brewer Corporation is not a faction present in any system in the game. Like, it's ridiculous. There's Brewer Logistics. They're present as a faction. You could go to a system where Brewer Logistics is a faction, and you can do missions for them and build up rep with them and pay off any issues with them and that, right? But not Brewer Corporation, who are the owners of all construction yards. GG's having that. So they've got a corporate law system, which means battle weapons are illegal in their jurisdiction, and every single colonial construction site is their jurisdiction, which means when they require you to deliver battle weapons to them, if they scan you, you have committed a crime, and you will then have a fine in their jurisdiction moving forwards, which is, it makes your life hard, right? Because you're in anonymous contact, so you can't rearm or refuel or anything at their stations. I think you can hand in your colonial building stuff now, can't you? So it doesn't stop that, but it used to. And so, like, the way to deal with that is you go to IF, interstellar factors, which are always present in low security systems, but you explicitly have to go to a faction where, sorry, a system that doesn't have the faction present in it that you're trying to pay off the thing related to it. Like, interstellar factors can only work for factions that aren't present in the system that the interstellar factors is in. And so that means you also have to make sure that you can't go to any new, like, if there's any colony that has a construction project in it, will therefore technically have Brewer Corporation present. So even if it's low security and it's got an interstellar factors, you can't use that system's one to pay off your fine. So you essentially have to pay those fines off in the bubble at low security systems. There are some edge cases in their rule set which are really frustrating, but it is unquestionably immense. Look at it. And there's that. Don't get scammed. What's that in the distance? What's that there? I bet it's just a rock or something, but why is it showing up so clear? Is it just a shadow? Oh!
Planting gear deployed.
Warning. Extremely high temperature detected. Warning. Super thermal limit exceeded.
Wait. So that one, did I do all three? I did all three. Scan detected. I mean, I generally build all my ships to just run at like 20 below, ideally, so I can just cruise in at 100 speed, be unscannable without messing with that. But I feel you. That is also a way to be completely tricked out beyond all reckoning. Look at this field of Osseous Discus. Is that what it's called? It is. So the thing I noticed in the distance was nothing. It was a waste of time coming in. But kind of what that geezer was saying, isn't it? It's just how the game is. It's just you go somewhere, you realise it was a load of bollocks. You didn't need to. Kind of life though as well, isn't it? This is a cool like mountain line. Do you know what I mean? Looks like a. What would you call it? You'd call it like Razorback or something like that. Why you go up? You no go up. Why has it got like a stank stain there? There. Attack them!
Landing gear deployed.
See, kids? Even your heroes are drug addicts. Right. Would be true as well, isn't it? So what else is there to learn today? Did a lot of black market trading in the early days to figure out all those things. Dude, like, I wish so much that smuggling was actually a viable path in this game. Like, I try to stimulate it, but actually I don't. It's not true. I was about to say, do you know what? Let's fix it. Let's fix it. I'm not having it. I'm going to fix it. I will stimulate the growth. I've contributed to the problem with my fleet carrier, and I'm going to change it. I'm going to decide to be part of the solution. Yeah. Load the video game. Oh gosh. Okay. I think this cooling unit has reached the point where it is, yeah, not good. We said no, no, no. Wait, what? Why are we up to 2 mil? Is that an extra day? It's an extra day, right? I don't know what it is about the happiness on the colonies. I don't know how to change it. I don't know what it means. I'm not even sure whether we should bother reading into it. Like, are they ever going to tell us? Are we just doing nowhere near enough missions and stuff? Maybe. Like, it could be that. It could be that they expect us to do way more stuff in our colonies than we actually do, you know? Because I don't do much. Like, when I am in my colony, I'll do a bunch of donation missions or whatever. I'll just make sure everyone's got the money they need. I'm a billionaire, so it's like, whatever. Do you know what I mean? New calling unit ready. Tag. Now we will deconstruct this one. Boom, boom, shake it down, break it down, come round now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. So, what do we test? It's not trivial for this account to just go to Seoul. Like, I don't have the permit, and I'm not really, like, down to get it. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to wipe the account. Also, like, I don't know, when you map a body, do you also get the scan data? It would be good to know. I can test that, can't I? I can easily test that. I can just map somewhere and then I'll see. Okay. All the stuff goes into the isopropyl alcohol, as well as these dutty capsules, because they're covered in shit. Really sticky. Oh my god, they're so sticky. I think I just dribbled isopropyl alcohol on my leg. A little bit. Just a little bit. It's okay. It lives in there now. Happy little house that it lives in with its friends. So, I think we... Oh, okay, that's where it went. Oh. This is nice and clean. Oh. Ooh la la. Push the button on the grinder, friend. No, there is no button on the grinder. No, no. It's a little vaporizer, friend. Right, so in this one, we want to manage the secure stuff. And then do clear all, imported, apply. And then we want to say, right, AI relics. $1 million. SAP 8s. Don't you be thinking we be paying 1 million. You can only make smuggling pay if you're willing to make smuggling pay. Do you know what I mean? That's the reality of it. We need that good shit as well. So let's pay for it. Brr. Reg, spare my wild Australia. We've already got 10 tons of onion head and also 16 tons of Lucan or Lucan onion head, which I think is essentially like a CBD strain. Oh, this isn't though. Mamma mia. There we go. We're making smuggling pay. Go. Bring me SAP 8 cores and AI relics. Are there any other things I want? Prototype tech, I think, actually, as well. Which I think you can only get on the rob. You can only get it if you rob it, mate. Do you know what I mean? I can't get you that new. I can rob it for you, though. Do you know what I mean, mate? Cushy. There's a lot of items in this game. How have I not got any ancient keys? That doesn't make any sense. Because this is the secure trading view, and I've only got legitimate ancient keys, not stolen ones. That's why. Tell you what, man. What I would do to have a time capsule in this game. What does that mean? Huh? This is my carrier. What? I'm not on it. I'm just looking. Where are the... It's not that one. It's per, isn't it? It's this. Prototype tech. Buy it. I would like 5 tons of it. And I will pay a significant sum. As I shall. For stolen prototype tech, I will pay 2,500% over the odds. Ah, yes. Okay, so crystalline spheres are a rare item. What about if we search this for crystal? Just crystal. What? We get crystalline shard. Hmm. Not good. There's no good to that, my friends. 6 planets on show in Celestial Parade. Stargazers are in for a cosmic treat this weekend, weather permitting, as 6 planets appear together in the evening sky. They should all be visible in the same part of the sky. Shortly after sunset, creating what is often called a planetary parade. Mercury, Venus, Saturn and Jupiter should be visible to the naked eye, but Uranus and Neptune will likely require binoculars or a telescope. For viewers in the UK, the best time to see them will be on Sunday. To give yourself the best chance, head somewhere with a clear view of the western horizon. What is a planetary parade and where should you look? A planetary parade describes a moment when several planets appear to line up in the sky from the Earth's perspective. I've got to see this. Oh my god. I must try to do that. I must try to see it. I literally must. I must. We must see it. I wish I had a... how can I zoom? Binoculars in a smartphone is viable. It works. I've taken a high-res image of the moon doing that method. One monocle of the binoculars. Line it up with the phone. Snap. What's best actually is to just record video on the phone at like 4K. Ideally 4K slow-mo, and then you can get mega. There's nothing to do out here on this account. I don't want to leave the flotilla just now. We might do some midweek. I don't know. I think I'll probably stay here until the 1st. So wait. Tomorrow's the 28th. Tomorrow evening, as the sun goes down, apparently, is when the alignment will be most visible. It didn't say the precise timings, because obviously the UK is a bit long. Let's just see if there's a calculator. I suppose we don't need a calculator, do we? We just need to look at... Five, 6. Meant to be cloudy, but it's also meant to be clear at sunset, according to this right now. 9 degrees as well, which is quite nice. 0% chance of precipitation. Okay. There's a chance I'll get to see something decent. Okay. Hot dang. Okie dokie. Gonna have to check that out tomorrow. I need to do cleaning tomorrow morning before I can stream or do anything. Got some bits I need to get on top of. I also need to do a shop with my old dear. So I've got some bits I need to take care of that I would normally do on a Monday. I've got to do tomorrow. And then also Sunday will be probably not a stream. We'll see. I might be able to justify getting a stream in. I just need to cook a good roast to lock in for my roast. I'd say, yeah, Saturday, probably Saturday afternoon, evening. Definitely going to try and... So I look out north from... This window faces north. Which is exactly not ideal for this. Also, I can't see the horizon. But there is a bridge at the end of the road. So as long as I'm not too deep in my melancholy, I will go and observe the planetary alignment from the bridge. As I can trust my humours not to embrace nihilism. Oh, Cyber, I mean, then you're in for tomorrow. Make sure you have an exposed view and turn your lights off. And as the sun goes down, I would recommend just put some like hand pans or some chill music on, turn everything else off, all other light sources, and just watch. Try to focus on the bodies, because you'll be able to physically see them. I don't know if you've ever had something like this happen. I'm an itchy boy. I think on that I'm going to go. We haven't actually learned anything directly new today, have we? No, we have. We have confirmed this whole situation about this, about this image, this here. I know there's mirroring. All right, I know that this is mirrored, right? It should be here. Oh, nice, Cyber. Very nice. But honestly, the relationships in these orbits, ignoring Mercury, bless you. Thank you as well. Your contributions have been well received. We've I feel like we have learned this. This is interesting. And then what's the other one? No. Where's... Wait. No, this is good. Bad. Way worse. But where's the... Where's this one? Yes. Venus and Mars are near each other. Earth is opposite Venus. All those statements are true about both. Right? I bet, Cyber. That sounds amazing. So that's what we've learned. We seem to have learned that the actual simulation is not using this date of 27th of Feb 3312 based on simulations of our actual solar system. Like, that's not true. Like, the structure of the solar system Sol is as it is to us, essentially. There is some differences. They've changed some of Venus's orbital characteristics, and also Mars is a bit fucked up because it's terraformed as well, by the way. They changed stuff. I don't know what to say. It does look like... Oh, by the way, no, and yes, they did flip the argument of periapsis I believe, is the statistical information that they flipped, which is ultimately what delineates these, I think. Although I could be mistaken with that. I don't know, but they flipped something. There is mirroring occurring. For example, in this image here, I have had to apply said mirroring in the perspective that we're viewing it at in order to compensate for it. And even then we have irregularities where the mirroring also shows, right? Where, for example, these form a triangle that encompasses the star, right, in this picture, but in here they don't. They do still form the same triangle, but that triangle, very similar triangle, very similar triangle. This angle might be a bit steeper than this one, although I'm not sure whose orbits are, you know what I mean? Like the orbits here have some rounded values and stuff, so it's... And I'm guessing it also shows us that the game is a Newtonian simulation, which is why its Mercury positioning is off. So I think what we've learned this week, to conclude Friday nicely, I think what we've learned is the discovery of the time skip of the Radicoida is useful for two purposes in the narrative right now. The first purpose in the narrative, oh my god, is it puts us onto like what is at the core of how the frameshift drive is functioning. It's actually to do with time and not to do with speed. It's not about moving through space quick. It's about manipulating time so that it takes no time to travel the space. And that's evidenced by the fact that the Radicoidas make us time skip instantly, just like when we jump from one system to another. The Radicoidas do take us to a static point in time. The data in the game indicates that time's in the future, but the information on the screen before your eyes doth surely suffice. There is mirroring happening in Soul. It's bizarre, but you can see this, right? These three. Focus on these three. Do you know what I mean? Like, it could be it could be it could be any of them configurations on this side, and then on this side it could be any configuration, right? But I calculated the 3381 from real time, and when I put it in as what is the date, 3,831 days before the date that we did it, it was actually that 8th of Feb, so it's not strictly, it would actually be like another 19 days on top, right? So it would be 3,350 days. That is now the date that it sends you back when you time skip, because it observably is the same day. Like, the thing is, like, what I can't stress enough is we can visually see that it's always the same, because the same scene plays out. Like, when you go to the Radicoida site that has the crash site at it at 2A, like, if you approach it in a way so that you know the gas giant will be in front of you when you glide and it skips, and then the gas giant appears in front of you, right? Because you've practiced and you know where that'll be, which I do all the time. You can then watch the stars, and as your body moves around the gas giant, it occludes different stars in the background, right? And other stars become visible. And you can, once you learn that pattern, you can see that it always sends you back to the same moment. That's why I know that it is back in time, and it's always the same moment back in time. It's this moment. It's 14th of August 2015. 2019/3301. And I think that the reason it does that, I think the reason it's that date is to direct us to Halsey, is to direct us to the DW3 law that's currently happening. But then I think the secondary purpose that this storyline of the Radicoida, or maybe even tertiary purpose that it serves, getting into the time territory, is to get us into the issue with soul. Because the second that you start talking about time, you have to look at soul. You know, that's what a year is. A year is about soul and earth. A second is derived by us in soul. So, and that's what's exposed this, that there is a mirror happening. Now, talking to AI about it's rough. Rough is an understatement. I don't know if you're aware, but that is an understatement. Rough, my friend. It's like talking to like one of the hyper confident dev people, you know when you meet the people that can code and they're like, this is the fucking bug, you don't understand, it's so easy to leave a bug like this in. I love this. I love this mystery. I love not fully knowing. We are so close. We are so close. Is there anything else that we've learned? So with Sol, it looks like what's happened is the orbits were inverted, right? So if you were looking at the real world sun from the north, looking down at all of the planets, right? And you just, from any orientation, as long as that's true, you're up above it on the north and you're looking down and they're all flat, you're perpendicular to the orbital plane, like you can see on the screen here, right? And you just pick a direction, you just cut a line through, yeah, on that line, you just flip it. That's what's happened. And the issue with doing that is the second that you do that, it would also result in the bodies observably going round the opposite direction, right? If that body is still at its same momentum, so you would logically need to move it back. But what the AI earlier was saying was that that might be an incorrect assumption, because if what's happening is they're just importing the data and somehow that data is getting inverted when it's imported unbeknownst to them, and they just happen to have never noticed through 10 years of testing, they've never checked that their soul matches IRL, and they've never noticed that their soul has a mirrored symmetry to IRL. Is that possible? I don't think so. I think that it's part of the mystery. I think that in the game world, it's the same time as now, but their history is their truth. It's just they're in a different universe, right? So I think that they're in the same time as us, right? Their Earth is in the same position as ours relative to its sun and Venus and I presume Mercury, but it's not, doesn't quite work out that way, but and Mars. But they're in a different universe, and in their universe, it's been 1,000 years since this year that we are experiencing, called 2026. No, that can't make sense, because surely it's either 2026 or it's 3312. I don't understand. It's hurting me. Why did David Braben make a cognitive harmful game? I feel like this will be useful. Like there will be disclosure soon. We will find out about the aliens, and then they'll come to the planet. When it all comes out, it'll be like, and the reason that we're telling you about this is there's this problem with time that they found, and we'll be like, we're fucking ready. We practice this with the Radicoida. Talk to the people in Cambridge. We've got this sussed. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe that's what it is. Wishful thinking. Come on. It's not a cult. It's not a cult until I ask for all of your worldly possessions. I'll only ask for bits and how you get them. I'm not asking. Launder your proceeds to me, my friend. I do wonder how many, like, big streamers and that are just in with dealers. Like, can you imagine? You what, mate? I'll give you 5 gifted if you can drop round and see me this weekend. All right. I think it's defeated. Yeah, it is defeated. So that's essentially what we've learned this week. I mean, the time skip's old news. The Super Cruise charge instance block appears to be a systemic and separate thing that we're waiting for confirmation on. It appears that it might be directly linked to the Super Cruise skip that recharges once per body, right? Oh, it's so bizarre. No, forgive me, it's not once per body. It's once per instance, as long as you're not too steep on the way back in. And you have to glide. You have to go further enough away, like at least 90 kilometers away, and then turn around and glide back down, and then enter its sphere of instancing, either in the glide or just in normal space once you've concluded your glide. But you can't do a glide more deep than 35 degrees. That will also void the Super Cruise skip recharge. Now, I mean, that's been raised as a bug. I'm not sure that's going to get confirmed. I don't know how many people were engaged in that. I would support people. Please do search for that bug in the issue tracker. And if you can reproduce it, Rosen certainly did. Swiffer did. A number of people sussed it out. Another person I can't remember the name of, maybe it was Void, maybe I can't remember, confirmed that if you go to a Guardian structure, but not a ruin, a structure, and from, you know, glide down 100 kilometers away, charge up your low wake at 3 kilometers altitude, fly towards the thing, it doesn't load in until you drop your thing. That's what he stated. For that as well, it seems to be linked to if a point of interest imbues a volumetric cloud effect. It seems to be that volumetric cloud effect's presence in the atmosphere only happens when you're definitely not in Super Cruise. So I guess it's just quite graphically expensive to draw, and so they've just got that rule in, I reckon. And that's the symptom of what I think, like, that will cascade. So that volumetric property has a rule on it where it as an asset will not render if you're in Super Cruise or charging Super Cruise, which is what we're subsequently invoking when we approach. And that property overrides any downstream properties, like the presence of that property that says this asset shouldn't be rendered if you're going into Super Cruise and it's not already rendered, which is what the case we're invoking by being like 100 kilometers away and then charging up our Super Cruise and then flying towards it with it fully charged. I can't believe we found that in the course of this testing. It's so esoteric. It's so crazy. So, like, in that video we watched of David Braben earlier, where he says that the game happens... Does he say 1286 in the future? I think he did. It's interesting as well that Mars was terraformed in 2286 in the lore. That's 260 years' time. They say in the Law of Elite Dangerous that in 260 years, Mars will be a place where humans can just live, be terraformed. But it would have failed twice before and killed hundreds of thousands. And we also would have launched multiple generation ships housing hundreds of thousands that we would just assume, like when we say bye to them, you would just have to assume that you're sending them to their death, you know? Would have been like back in the day when the British Empire and the Spanish Empire and the Portuguese all agreed that they were going to go over the ocean. There was no cartographic data that was coming back that up from the other way, you know? There was no way for them to know at that time based on any of the mapping available. Although, I don't know, it's weird how there's then... Nah, yeah, it's just charlatans after the fact, and there was nothing before. That's why all those stories exist of those discoverers. But there obviously were people there. But then bizarrely, they didn't have any real maritime capability. I swear I got a better screenshot of this where it was aligned properly. I rotated it one more time, 90 degrees, and even though Mercury's off, these three are uncanny the way that they are. Like the line they form is the same side of the sun and everything. I don't know why that. I must have eliminated the mirror. I managed to eliminate the mirroring in some of these screenshots. So That's it. That's it. The outer gas giants discrepancies. That's what we need to investigate next. We need to understand why the outer gas giants of Sol never make any sense between the in-game orrery, both normal and time skipped, and real-world projections of both the real-world, historical, and projected orreries, such as the one here. Where's the website that we've been using? Well, I think that's the end of my contributions today. But I do thank you all. We're doing our best to make progress. We didn't have any direct, actual insights today that derived any new certainties, but we certainly do have new direction. And new direction is always nice in an adventure and in a discovery. We continue to be at the head of it, I think. I'm keen for anyone else that's interested to please do recreate any of the tests that you've seen us do here, or if you have any questions about how to reproduce them, please do ask. Like I'm pretty sure I will be very transparent and open with you about how to do the tests and what to think about. I just want you all to enjoy this game and to enjoy building your understanding of how the Super Cruise stuff works and the Highwakes work and how this time travel stuff works. It'll only enrich your experience of the game, because I'll tell you what, there's the story is going this way. Oh, I'm loving it. So thank you so much for being with me, and I will be back tomorrow afternoon at a undisclosed, non-deterministic time, but a time which I look forward to. Take care, and I'll see you all soon.